Welcome to Heroic Outlaws, Chapter 1, Session 2. So, last we left off, our valiant outlaw pack, as it were, was left on the battlefield at the end of last session, divvying out the loot from the enemy goblins, hobgoblin, and the other sellswords.
Your drift is a gift?
Absolutely. So, as you guys were doing that, and you guys had went through and you divvied out, well, this is yours and that's mine and all that sort of nonsense, you found some interesting items. Specifically, I think the one that everyone found the most surprising were a few maps to the town, tourist maps, and then some keys to some of the various rooms in the inn. Which I get the sneaky suspicion you're going to check the rooms before you turn in the keys, if I understand my group of players accurately.
Yeah.
So,
That's going to require some more.
at this time, we will go ahead and we will move all of the players over to the battlefield map where you currently are. Everybody make sure you can see the map. You're going to have to zoom out, probably a lot. For the listenership, we are utilizing Roll20 for our virtual maps. So now that we've got everybody here on Roll20, everyone's got the battlefield map up, yes?
Yep.
All right. Well, as you see here on your screens, it is just merciless slaughter. There is dead goblins galore. There is, of course, the dead hobgoblin. A massive amount of other sellswords. It's just bodies everywhere. You guys, of course, were fighting on this field that led to the gorge. For the purposes of the map, it looks like you're in the gorge, which is fine. But either way, it's a whole lot of assholes and elbows and guts.
And one chick.
Well, actually, there was multiple females, but only one that came up in conversation. So, at this time, obviously, you're out of initiatives. You guys have finished doing the looting, as it were, even of quote-unquote friendly bodies, which was a curious choice. But either way, be that as it may, I open it up to the floor. Lucian.
All right. So, if I remember correctly, I was last on that dark elf. I'd like to cut his ears off.
Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to move you. It is the darker one of the group.
That sounds about right.
So, you are going to remove the elf's ears? Ears, both, multiple, okay.
I'll take both.
Interesting choice.
I was gonna say I have one in my inventory.
So, as you bend down to perhaps assess the best method to remove this elf's ears, you hear with a loud and thunderous voice from almost seemingly out of nowhere that yells, "Stop!" And it echoes in the cavern you're in.
Can I, so, well, then I'm gonna stop, like, oh shit, the fuck? And I'm gonna turn my directions towards the noise.
Okay. You're gonna need a perception check. And you are wearing your goggles, yes?
Yes, I am.
Goggles of true sight, yes.
An 18.
For an 18, you will see up at the crest of the hill, just to the northwest of the remainder of your group, not your location, but the remainder of your group, there is one tree on the hill. Near the tree, you will see the same paladin that was with you in the original part of last session when you got the mission briefing, yes, that is the Paladin's location.
Not an a-hole.
Yes, Paladin a-hole. He tells you obviously to stop with a large demanding voice, and he quickly, and I do mean quickly, descends the uneven terrain. And it's almost like a train wreck in the fact that you cannot look away, because his ability to negotiate that very steep and rough terrain with a level of finesse is mind-boggling to you, the speed in which he's coming down. And he's not looking at the ground, he's looking directly at you the whole time. And you can tell with your 18 perception that he is coming directly towards you.
I'm getting a defensive stance because he's coming at me. I'm ready in case he comes at me.
He has no weapons drawn.
No weapon. Okay.
Dude, roll for sense more.
Well, in that case, I'll stand up and kind of look in his direction.
Alright, can I roll for sense motive on him?
Absolutely, anyone can.
Alrighty.
It is kind of random. This guy just shows up, starts screaming.
Natural 20.
I got 5 plus 3, I got 8. Dang it.
Well, as far as you know, he's there because he wants to cut the ears off, Nick. So Theodore has really no clue what this guy's going on about. All you know is that's Paladin a-hole.
And then 23 because
Right. Now Gurak, on the other hand, he senses everyone's motives. He's almost like empathic at this point.
12.
For a 12, you get the sneaky suspicion, Lucian, that he's not pleased with the happenings of this
Do I feel
situation.
threatened though?
You don't feel threatened, but you know you've done something wrong, even though you're not necessarily sure what that is just
Well,
yet.
then I'll stand up and sheath my daggers.
Okay, hang on one second. You do that, but then we wait.
All right, that's fine.
Now, Gurak, you on the other hand, you already know what the problem is, and you know why he is beyond pissed right now. You know that all paladins are lawful good. Not only are they lawful good, that they hold in the highest level certain basic fundamental rights to all creatures. That there is a right way to do things and there is a wrong way to do things. You will know that the actions of searching the former friends of the other sellswords has gotten his undivided attention.
Uh-oh. Again, tell an asshole.
So at this time,
I just bring down a holy fuck.
so at this point, he has now fully traversed that entire distance, and now is very close to you, specifically, Lucian.
Dang.
He asks you specifically, what gives you the right to execute a man?
I was doing a mercy kill. He was on his deathbed. He didn't look like he was surviving. I thought I was doing him a favor.
As you're explaining, he is inspecting the body of the elf. With his knowledge of anatomy, he explains to you that this elf was nowhere near death, and that you murdered him in cold blood.
Well, he appeared that he was dying. He didn't say anything. He looked dead. So I helped finish it. I thought he was in a lot of pain, and I thought it'd be better for him to die on the battlefield than to die a slow, non-warrior death off the battlefield.
Alright. I would like to do a precision check of my surroundings, so I rolled a 10 with a 9. To
I'm sorry, you're doing a what check?
a check of my surroundings.
Just basic perception
Just
here.
to see who else is on or nearby. I got 10 plus 9, so I got 19.
For-
Precision.
Excuse me. For a 19, and
So-
also
yeah.
because you're a ranger, you will know, Theodore, that outside of some other animals, there are no other humanoids in the area besides the 4 of you that are alive.
Wanna check.
I mean, you hear some chipmunks and some squirrels in the distance, maybe a bird flying
Oh.
over. But past that,
No one else in sight.
there's no other humanoids. There's no other quadrupeds or bipeds that you need to be concerned about within ear or eye shot.
I just want to know there was, within ear eye shot. Good. That means no witnesses, right?
It's interesting choice.
I declared him pale an asshole for a reason. I don't like the guy. So
That is very obvious. So, at this point, what are you two doing? Are Theodore and Gurak, are you guys just standing your ground? You're not advancing? Are you coming up to initiate conversation with the paladin?
I am watching closely on the paladin and Lucian on this interaction, wondering because I already don't like the paladin, and I have a distinct feeling shit might hit the fan.
Okay. Now, please bear in mind, this is not my attempt to micromanage, by no means, just a simple, friendly reminder that obviously, outside of this one engagement, your individual characters don't know each other, and you guys have no ties to each other. After this ass whooping that just occurred, you guys just happen to be the last guy standing. That's the only thing you have in common at the moment.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's gonna.
I'm just saying you
punch
had your
all of
characters-
us for actions or what.
Right.
I'm just keeping
Well, at
close
the,
eye.
at the moment, it's very obvious to all three of you that the paladin's major issue
With me.
is clearly with Lucian at the moment, without failure.
Well, what Gurek is gonna do, he's gonna move up next to Lucian and be like, well, in all honesty, if he didn't do it, I was gonna do it just because he was talking mad shit.
Now, I'm going to need from you, because per last session, you were still enraged. And there's no way a barbarian enraged is going to be that articulate. So I'm going to need you to roll a speech check to accommodate that. In lieu of particular speech ability, just give me a perception check. If you don't have speech, I don't remember if that's on there or not.
No.
I think that's a 5 thing. Or a bluff check. Either one will work. Whichever you have the better modifier to.
It'll definitely be perception. Ha! I got an 8.
So it comes out, I killed 2. That's all you manage to get out. And the paladin doesn't even look at you, doesn't acknowledge you. He's just staring directly at the elf's body and looking spot on. Poor Lucian. He is just seethingly pissed. Now, he does not look angry in the face, but you can tell by the sound of his voice, the tone, that he is nothing if not very stern and means everything he's saying. But he's not being aggressive at the moment. So you will not feel threatened by him unless you should feel threatened by him for any number of other personal reasons. Perhaps if you have a deity that's different than his or something along those lines. Or an alignment that's different from his. So, he looks at the elf, inspects the elf some more. And he does a heal check to gauge the severity of the damage of the massive blow that it took to put the elf down, but not to kill him. The injury he took to the upper clavicle. He sees and explains to you the particulars on how it was not at all at the moment going to kill him. He explains it to you and he assumes you just don't understand the anatomy of the circumstances, that you acted rashly. He is giving you the benefit of the doubt at the moment.
I'll explain to him that from the way it looked at me, having no medical training, that he was going to bleed out and die. I apologize for offending you if I have offended you, sir. And that's what I say.
Do you honestly mean that?
Yeah, I'm honestly apologizing to him.
Okay. He looks at you two now. And he asks, does anyone have any healing potions or wands of healing or anything like that amongst the group?
have no potions.
I have a wand of.
Now keep in mind, at this point, you will have all of the loot that you've taken from the bodies on your persons at the moment.
Mhm. I'm just wondering if he knows that.
So, your answer was you do not have any potions. Correct, Garak?
See?
You are telling him that you don't have any potions.
No potions.
And
Trying
obviously
to
no
strange,
wands.
right?
No.
I have none.
Okay. He now looks at you and gives you the expression of same question. He's waiting for your answer if you have any healing potions or healing wands of any kind.
I look at him and tell him I have a wand of cure light wounds.
Did you have it at the beginning of this battle? He asks.
No.
He looks back at you and he says, what about you? Did you have any? You've not answered the question yet.
I have no potions.
He does not believe you.
Can I roll my bluff?
Absolutely.
By any chance, is he sexually attracted to me? Out of curiosity.
No.
Okay.
He could not be more disgusted by you if he tried.
I had to ask, you know,
No,
it matters.
You're gonna woo him?
No, but if his character legitimately happens to be sexually attracted to me for some
He
reason,
gets bonuses.
I get a bonus.
Huh. Weird.
I rolled a 14 on my bluff.
Mm.
You matched his roll. So, he clearly does not believe you, but he doesn't have any proof. But you get the distinct impression he doesn't believe you. You also know that he doesn't trust you. And that part, the trust part, is not just to you, Lucian, that's to everyone standing there. Now, you will surmise, particularly, that the majority of that is also because you know that he hates sellswords. He thinks you, as a group, are just nasty mercenaries. You'll do anything for money. You're deplorable in his opinion. So you know that it's not particular to just your group in general, that it's just the fact that you happen to be sellswords. But you think, because he's dealing with you more so, that it's specific to you, Lucian. Like he's got it in for you, and you're not feeling like you're in danger yet, but you know this isn't going as well as it could be.
Right, I got you.
Belly down.
So, all right. So, what he does is he tells you to relax, Lucian. You can see in his eyes that he is not threatening you in any capacity. He's so calm under the circumstances in comparison to how he was coming down that hill that it's a little off-putting in comparison. But he reaches out his hand and he touches your shoulder. He has no weapons, and he lightly touches your shoulder, just enough to lightly touch your shoulder to make contact with you. He puts his hand back down.
Hold on.
Wait,
If he's
I wanna
doing that
see his
action
motive.
and he's touching on me, if he was walking towards me and handing his hand out, I would have.
He was already standing close enough to you to touch you as it was.
If I would have seen him pulling it, I would have honestly stepped back.
So
Yeah.
you
I'm going to step back from him putting his hand up because I don't know why.
right. I'm going to
And I'm going to say, whoa,
I'm going to need a reflex save.
Right.
that's fine.
I rolled for sense motive and I got 14
A 14.
for sense motive.
Reflex. reflex.
You're not sure why he's attempting to touch him, but it doesn't seem threatening.
I was wondering if he was trying to pull a spell when he touched him. It's like, wait a minute.
Sure he is.
Yeah, he's. I don't like the guy.
I'm enraged. I just want to smash shit, so I'm not gonna do any.
There was a peeking eye and stuff.
Reflex save should be right at the top of your character sheet.
Oh, okay. I was in the wrong place.
It's going to be at the
It's
first
within
page.
fortitude.
So,
Oh, I mean,
The ref save, REF. Reflex save, will save, and fort save.
a 7.
You failed the reflex save, he touched you.
Okay.
So when he touches you, he's surprised that you jerk back. He puts his hand down, and he tells you, relax. I mean you no harm. You know for a fact he is not lying to you.
He may not be lying to me, but I want to know why he's touching, why he feels the need to put his hand on me.
Do you ask him or do you roll a sense motive?
You know, I think I'll roll a sense motive.
Yeah.
And also knowledge arcana check if you have it.
Oh no.
All of you. Knowledge arcana check.
I don't have that.
Yeah.
I think it's okay.
Come on, baby. Oh, I roll a 15. Because I got +2 for all except for geographic, which is higher. So, yep, 13 + 2, 15.
Okay, so you rolled a 15.
Yep.
What about the Arcana check?
Oh, dude, you
11. But hold on.
It's not on there. Like, I had to open up my own PC Gen to look at my file and look into it.
Just roll D20 on
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't have a modifier to it, you just roll the d20 and it's whatever the
it.
dice
It's
is.
not even
Like
on
shorty.
the also.
So,
Because
yeah,
you can perform it without
It's-
having any training.
I had
Performing on
here, and I
trains.
found out
well, if you
Stand-
wanted me to do the
I
well, the
used
sense motive.
nature and all this.
What did you get for sense
He does
motive?
not show me, so I wrote it
11?
down.
Yeah.
For an 11, you know that he just needed to touch you.
Let's see.
That's all you know. But you don't feel threatened in any way, shape, or form. He's in no way hostile to you at this moment.
All right. Well, then I'm going to ask him
Did
why.
you do the knowledge arcana check?
Oh. I failed.
Okay, stop. So,
That's just a straight text. I don't know where the fuck to look, so.
well then just go with the D, whatever the die says.
10.
Then.
You got 10.
10? Okay. Theodore, you are the only one who has any idea why he touched him. You will know, thanks to your successful roll in a knowledge arcana check, you will know that he just utilized a touch spell.
Oh.
Now you don't necessarily know what it is because you're not as skilled with that knowledge base. However, you are familiar with the component of spells and knowing that touch is a standard component to targeting someone for particular types of spells. So,
I will ask him now why he touched me. I'm going to ask him, what did you touch me for?
he tells you, I needed to touch you. Now, I, the DM, need you to roll a will save. You rolled a 3?
Wait, what about your 12
It's
too? though?
actual.
Did you add your 12?
It's a
Will,
Nat one.
will save
Oh,
is
I
just
failed.
the standard.
I failed. It's a
Yeah,
crit
that's the
fail.
nat one.
It's a crit fail.
Oh, crit failure?
Yeah.
Okay. You totally believe him
Okay.
that he just needed to touch you. Now, he asks you again, when you came in to this battle, did you have any way of curing anyone by wand, arcana means, or by potions?
I will truthfully tell him no. I had no means of healing anyone when I came into this battle.
Right. And then he asks, did you find any on any of these bodies prior to you killing this elf?
No.
Okay. Bear in mind, the spell he used was Abadar's truth telling. You cannot lie.
I am not lying.
I know, I'm just letting you know.
I know, and I'm telling you, I did not find any on any other bodies.
He asks you now, because he knows if you are
Yes.
affected by the spell
I
or
got
not. He now asks if you or any one of the remainder of the group had any way to possibly heal this elf before you killed him.
I don't know those two, so I don't know what their capabilities are. So again, no, I do not have any ability to heal him currently.
He totally believes you, because he has reason to, because you can't tell a lie. He looks at the remainder of you two, and he asks you two, are either of you, or were either of you capable of saving this elf before this one decided to murder him?
Good question. Is my rage done now?
No.
Since I'm not smashing or doing nothing.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so simple. No.
His eyes widen just a little bit, and he tells you, okay, you need to calm down.
I look at him and I tell him, nope, nothing.
Hang on.
Oh, he's not under the same thing.
He looks at you as he tells you to calm down, and he goes, puts his hand near his mouth and goes, calm, and gestures towards you. You are no longer enraged.
Holy shit! I told a lot of fucking things.
It would appear so. He disengages from conversation with you, and he looks to you, Theodore, because he heard you pipe up when he was busy doing something. And he asks, what did you say?
I said, nope, I didn't have anything to even heal me or anybody else.
He believes all of you. Now, character knowledge versus player knowledge. His spell was only effective on you because you're the only one he touched.
I figured that much.
It was not an area spell. But he had no way of knowing if anybody in the group would know that that was the case. So he just figured you would ask the same questions again. And you kind of caught him off guard with the yelling at him part. So he forced you to calm the hell down.
Plausible deniability.
Exactly. So he gives a nod to the head. He looks at all of you and he explains why looting the bodies of your fellow fighters is wrong. You get the very uncomfortable feeling deep inside you when you're being chastised by the ultra-righteous. You know that feeling?
What are some of these reasons that he is saying?
Because it's immoral, it's abhorrent,
So I want to
and you
chime in.
shouldn't desecrate the body of the dead.
I kind of want to chime in.
By all means. He doesn't say that. I'm telling you that.
I'm saying to him after he goes through his list of...
Do you interrupt him?
No, when he's finished going over his list, I say to him, what use does the dead have with their swords when we need them to continue the fight?
He looks around and he says, what fight?
When I came here, there was 100 of these fuckers. There's got to be more.
Well played.
I say to him.
He looks at you and reiterates all the last 10 minutes worth of dialogue he just did because he assumes that you're just too stupid to understand him. And he explains to you that this action cannot go unpunished. However, if you are willing to atone for your sin of murder, he would be willing to overlook the group's looting of the bodies. However, should you not, he will seek reprisal against you personally. And then explains to you that he's not just a paladin, He's a Justicar.
Wait, outside of character to you, since you're the game master, what the heck is a Justicar?
That's a fair question, Nick. Very fair question.
For those who know, I want to say you can't see this, but the DM's getting a nice salute.
I have a feeling it's bad for all of us.
Well, I mean,
He's got his head far
Just
up his
based my
butt.
knowledge off of Justicar from Mass Effect.
no.
I asked.
That's standard Pathfinder. It's a standard.
Well, I understand. I'm just saying that's where I'm thinking.
Oh yeah, no,
So,
it is similar in that regard. You're thinking in the right way. That they're kind of above the standard law a little bit. They take things a little.
Before I say yes, I need to know the ends of these meetings.
Well, hang on and let me answer his out of character question,
Gotcha.
because you all might find this interesting regardless. Okay. Give me any level of perception checks or knowledge check of any kind, whichever you have the highest modifier in, is out of the ones that I just listed. So either perception or your knowledge, whichever gives you the best bonuses.
Ooh yeah. 27.
17.
hold on. 21.
Okay, perfect. All right, so all of you know when he says that he is not just a paladin, that he's a Justicar, you get the immediate wash of information that just comes screaming into the frontal lobe of your brains and reminding you about the Justicars. The Justicars are champions of law and civilizations. And they strive to strengthen their deity's goals and influences across all of Galarion, which is the land as a whole. Serving many different roles from diplomat to judge, jury, and executioner all in one. They continually work towards furthering the advancement of society. You will also know that Justicars are appointed by legitimate and lawful religious or secular bodies. They are granted absolute authority to carry out their assignments and their duties, as well as the right to select individuals to work with them and or on their behalf.
Sweet Jesus, Judge Dredd.
Essentially,
Yes, yeah, Judge Dredd. Great.
and you guys have caught his undivided attention, and he didn't like sellswords to begin with, and now you understand why. He is a very self-righteous man doing a very self-righteous kind of job. But you get the feeling that it's not just an attitude with him, it is honor. It's an honor for him to do that job. He's not belittling to it. It's not an arrogance thing. It's just a statement of fact.
I
that
am
he's
the law.
exactly.
Awesome.
He explains to you, obviously, that he is a Justicar, and he tells you, if you are willing to atone for this murder, he will overlook the remainder of the group and your involvement with looting the bodies of the other sellswords.
I ask him, first, what do you want us to do in this atonement before I say yes? And two, when you say you look the other way, we're keeping what we got. Right?
To answer your questions in order, what you will do is you, specifically, will carry this elf back to town and specifically take him to the temple. I will put a spell on him that will keep him until he can get back to the temple. Should you not return by the end of this evening with his body at the temple, there will be terrible repercussions for all of you. And he looks at you two, Theodore and Garak, and explains to you very obviously that he is now speaking for the three of you. And he gets quiet and takes a half step back, giving you guys the signal that if you wanted to discuss something with him before he goes any further, now's your time to have your little powwow.
Well, What the hell? That was my kill.
I say,
I'm not liking
I
this.
say to Gorak, I know. But because you killed the hobgoblin, I thought it would be helpful to bring you his ears as a gift. But now we're in a predicament. I don't know about you guys, I don't want to die.
Same.
At this moment, you all notice, although you're talking amongst yourselves, that he is walking around and giving last rites and blessings to the fallen on the battlefield as you're talking
To
amongst
include the
yourselves.
enemy, like the hobgoblins and stuff? Or?
No.
Is he with the-
could not give a fuck less about them.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
In
I'm
that
just
moment, I
questioning.
squished
Is he
his
within
goblin's head.
earshot of hearing what we
Just
say?
confused my
Still-
You get the distinct feeling that no matter how quietly you talk, that he can hear everything you're saying. Even
So
though
anyways.
he himself is verbally reciting prayers and such.
I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to die right now. Not after all this shit.
Nope.
So, Orc, you half orc man. You want to drag that body
Name's
for us?
Gurak, by the way.
Well, hello, Gurek. You can call me L.
Tell you what,
You can call me L.
L.
Well, it's nice to meet you too. I'm
Okay.
Theodore.
Nice to meet you as well. Being you the bigger out of the two of us, would you mind carrying the body?
Gurak, you'll remember that he specified that he was the one who had to carry the body.
My character looks at
You
Elle
did
and
kind of
like,
say that you gotta carry him. I'd love to help out on that, since my ass is kind of on the line too. But
Gotcha. Then hold on 1 minute.
Do you interrupt the paladin?
I don't want to. I'll wait till he's finished with whatever body he is, and then I'll ask him if I can ask him on a certain question. The dark elf that I had, as you said, murdered. He's in a state of death currently, right?
So you agree you murdered him?
No, I agree that you say that I murdered him. I personally thought I gave him a mercy kill out of agony. I asked you.
Continue with your question.
I ask you, is he still in a state of death? Meaning no longer needing oxygen to breathe?
At the moment, that is correct. However, if you're going to suggest what I think you're going to suggest, I will warn you, under no circumstances will I tolerate any more treasonous acts of aggression towards the body or ill treatment of the body.
I was thinking of a easier solution for one to carry one.
You will carry him like the warrior he was.
Oh.
Roger that. Alrighty then. So I'm gonna.
Now, again, coming back to you, Theodore, you will know based on your experiences with him that for him to say that a sellsword was a warrior, that this one in particular, this elf, was somehow different than the remainder of this group. Even though you don't necessarily know what the particulars are, you know that something's different about this particular elf. And maybe that's the reason why he's taken such an interest in this particular situation. Not to say that he wouldn't under normal circumstances as a paladin, let alone a Justicar.
Yeah.
So, what was going to be your suggestion?
I was gonna put him in my bag of holding.
I will not allow you to defile him like that.
Fair enough. It was just a question. Trying to find the easiest way to and most mannerly way to get him back to where you said in a timely manner. Since that is not an option, I will grab him and hoist him over my shoulders.
He looks at you, and you all kind of get the vibe when he sees you pick up the body that he is now gained a little bit of respect for you because you're willing to do this.
And then I ask him, could you kindly point me in the direction of the temple that you wish to have him go?
He points up the direction back to the old road, and he says, follow the old road back to town. You're going north when you hit the road.
How much time do I have?
And he looks up at the sun, and he says, you only have a few hours. You will know it only took you not even an hour to get from the town to the Sunless Citadel ruins where the battle took place.
Well, in that case, I say I will be at the temple.
He stops you.
Yeah.
He says, so, you are in fact in agreement with me that you will deliver this body before sundown to the temple in Oakhurst. Yes or no?
Do I get to keep my gear?
We will discuss that then, assuming you show.
All right then.
He stops you again.
I'm trying to get him there. You're telling me I can't. What? All right, Paladin. What is it now?
Do you agree to the terms? Yes or no?
I just said I'm trying to take him. You keep stopping me. Daylight's ticking. Can I get some
Yes.
extra time now?
Yes or no?
Yes.
I will meet you there. And then his hands go up and he disappears.
I'm still continuing on my way towards that temple.
I look at Gorak and I'm like, I so hope he makes it. I do not like this paladin.
So
It might behoove you to follow me, guys.
your asses are kind of on the line too.
You may say that hope, but I
And
want to make
as
sure he
they're
gets
having a
there.
conversation, I am
You're
continuing.
right, we should follow.
So I take off. Follow.
We fall behind.
Now,
Now, do any of you do you bother to ask him if you can carry some of his other gear since he's now hefting a body plus all of his own stuff? Since you can't carry the body.
You haven't carried anything?
nope, I got this.
I just pull out my
Truck
pipe
along.
and I just smoke and walk 20 feet behind him.
You will know at this time that you are nearing probably about an hour from sunset at
Okay.
this time. So it's later on in the evening at this point. So if I can get you, do you have endurance on your character sheet? I don't remember.
New. I have acrobatics, which they pretty much let me use for everything else.
Okay.
I think there is endurance.
There might be, but I don't.
It's a factor in the system. Do you have a trait for added endurance? I'm sorry, a feat. It is a feat. I forget what they call it, like combat endurance. I think is
No,
what
I
it's
don't have
called.
anything like that.
Okay. All right. So I need you to roll me a D8, please. You will know that you are 1/3 of the way back to town by now.
How far is the sun from setting?
At this point, it's only been about 15 minutes
Oh.
since you ascertained that it's about an hour from sundown. So you got about 45 minutes in our time.
8.
Roll an 8. You are not tired. You are doing very well. You're almost kind of surprised because this elf carrying a whole other person that's dead weight is pretty significant. So you continue on. I need you to roll again.
Same. D8.
Yep. You're now 2/3 of the way back.
What?
Dang it!
Go from a crit 8 to a crit 1.
There's actually one on the die.
Yeah.
Okay. You have the worst pain in your shoulder right now. What do you do?
Like, is this like a pain that a potion to heal, or is this just?
You you will know that it's just basic muscular fatigue. That any potion or any healing
What do you
done
do?
by anybody, if you get even 2 points worth of healing, it would accommodate to fix the problem. But you do know that you're not sure you're going to be able to keep carrying it like this.
So if I use like a potion of light healing, it would take care of that. You're saying? Then I'll pull out of my little satchel, my little potion.
How do you set the body down?
Oh,
Or
no,
do
no.
you set the body?
I don't set the body down. I'm gonna hold him with like this, cross eyes, reach into my satchel.
And retrieve the
And-
potion. Okay. Roll me a 1d8 for that.
2.
2? Perfect. you immediately feel the pain dissipate in your muscles, and you feel a little rejuvenated.
Okay.
Now, one last time, one more D8 for the last leg of the trip.
6.
It's starting to wear on you now. Your legs and your knees are starting to get a little sore, but you're all right. Just you're feeling it. Whew. The south gate is in eyesight. You guys can see the south gate. It's getting close to sundown. Sun is actually actively setting at this point, but you still got time because the town isn't that big. So,
I was gonna say, where's the temple on the map?
well, hang on one second. We'll get there. So if you will all consult roll 20. As you get, well, let's leave the hand.
You said do a roll 20?
Yes, you need to be under roll 20. You'll need to mute your speakers if you haven't on.
I did. I heard noise. No, I didn't. I already had.
You will hear in the background the basic noise of the city that is winding down for the, or the town that's winding down for the night. There's horse carriages passing you, people going on about their normal business. All right, so as you're making your way through the town, you're making your way to the largest building in the entire town, and that is the one up on the hill, and that's obviously the temple. You've all seen plenty of other human towns. You know what their temples usually look like. This one is no different. It is a standard temple. As you approach the temple, you notice that it's a large, elaborately decorated building designed for multiple functions. In addition to being the center of worship, you will know that the temples of Abadar often provide the surrounding communities with banking and other services. Such sites are often built near courthouses and led by a banker or archbanker. Most temples contain elaborate stained glass windows of predominantly yellow color that bathe the interior with a soft golden light. These windows are generally very, very high up and narrow to discourage thieves. When you reach the steps at the base of the hill that lead directly up to the temple, you will see a sign that says Temple of Abadar with a gigantic picture of a key. You will all know that obviously that is the main sign for this particular deity. Does any one of you have knowledge religion? Give me a knowledge religion check. Anyone who's interested.
17 with no bonus.
Nice.
I was kind of surprised with that myself.
I rolled a 3,
Well, I have no
and I'm going to
bonus or
say it's
anything
plus
else
2,
on
so
the
why
line.
even bother? It's
Yeah.
going to be a 5.
I really screwed it up.
13.
Dang.
So Rob, or rather Lucian, you will know. Excuse me. Oh. You will know that Abadar is obviously the deity that they that they worship here at this particular temple. That he's also known as the master of the first faults, the judge of the gods, and the gold fist.
Just talking about wrong paladin.
The alignment for this particular group is either lawful good or lawful neutral. Portfolios usually consist of cities, wealth, merchants, law. The worshippers are usually judge, merchants, lawyers, aristocrats. His domain of Abadar is earth, law, nobility, protection, and travel. And the favored weapons of Abadar are always crossbows. Abadar is known to be a patient deity, maintaining a strong neutral stance in his actions. He sets forth to further expand civilization and order in the world and amongst the peoples of Galarion. The history of Abadar has long served as the guardian and protector of the first vault, a repository said to be crafted by the deity's own hand, containing perfect versions of everything ever created or ever seen by civilized peoples. He is also credited with guiding the advancement of demi-human races, toward the point where they could establish civilized societies of their own. He is believed to have been among the group of eldest gods who banded together in the time before mortal reckoning to defeat and imprison the rampaging god Rovog. So when you ascend the quite steep, for a hill, stairs that lead up to the temple, you will see that paladin along with a clergy member who you assume is probably one of the local acolytes or some man of the cloth from the church, waiting for you. They say nothing to you as you approach. When you get close to them, do you initiate conversation with them or do you wait for them?
I ask, as I'm walking up the stairs, I ask, is the paladin here? The one from before, I can't remember his name.
He's standing right in front of you.
Okay, then.
You will recognize him without failure. You know it's him.
And I look at him and I'm like, did I make it?
You did. You have kept your word. Follow us. And he opens the door. The clergyman walks in first. And he waits for you all to file in behind the clergy member. And he walks in behind everyone and closes the door. Okay. Once he closes the door, anyone who wants to do perception checks, go ahead.
Yep.
$14.
17.
27.
Theodore, what'd you roll?
17.
Oh, me? I roll 18 plus the 9.
Nice. Okay, so as you look around, you will notice that there's a very obvious sign of, for lack of better terminology, command structure amongst the people who are working at the temple. You will see there is a senior cleric, and the whole group is you're making a beeline right for the important guy. You see him, he's short, with curly white hair, soft blue eyes, a very messy white beard. He wears an impressive dragon scale cloak and carries no weapons. When you are entering closer to him, you will notice in the ornately decorated room. It's very large and open. Think Greek Colosseum style architecture. And beside each one of these pillars, on each side of the pillar, stands another paladin dressed in very, very, very shiny armor. You get the distinct feeling that there are just as many paladins in here, that there might be as large as the guard force that guards the town itself. You're not positive, but that's the vibe you're getting here because you're seeing an awful lot of shining.
Let's get this done.
Yeah.
So, did any of you do anything besides just keep your mouth shut, walk and look around? Follow
Let
in
off a large
line?
snort.
Okay. When you let off your
I
snort,
keep
it echoes heinously because of the vaulted ceilings.
Figured to do that.
And then you hear again, figured you'd do that.
Cool.
Cool.
Echo.
Echo. The paladin looks at you as you're walking and gives you the look to stop it. He does not find this amusing at all.
I lean into Goring.
My bad.
My bad. My bad. My bad. You hear the occasional metal on metal tinking noise from the paladins who are standing around that are moving ever so slightly. It's very light. You can tell they're trying to stay almost statuesque still. It's a little off-putting. You don't feel threatened, but you know the capacity of paladins. You know the tales of paladins. You know that they're highly trained and usually very capable individuals. But you definitely feel heinously outnumbered. It's very obvious that you're standing in a room with probably at least 20-some people that you've seen already, and you know that you've not seen everyone. There's no way you have. This place is too big for everyone to be in here.
I have a feeling that I don't belong.
You all get the feeling that you have no business being in here.
I'm trying to get this mission done.
No one has to tell you that. You know that.
I'm trying to get
You
this
feel it in your
task.
bones.
I'm trying to get this task done and out of this building as soon as possible.
Completely understandable.
So I'm actually gonna ask the paladin where are we taking this dark elf?
The clergyman who's walking in front of you turns around and says, "Please, follow me." The paladin does not answer you. You get the feeling that when in the church, the clergy fall higher on the totem pole than the paladins do. That this is the domain of the clergy. That the clergy are clearly in charge here. Are you rolling something?
No.
Okay,
I
good.
took the information and I'm going.
Okay. So as you get up to the old man, which is very obvious to you that he's the senior cleric of the Temple of Abadar, you see that there is a small bench of sorts. It's a little bit bigger than the elf, and you just know that that's where you need to put him.
Okay.
No one explains that to you.
So I will take him and lay him down gently upon this altar, and then step back.
Okay. The paladin very, very respectfully steps forward and explains. Says, "Excuse me, Father Cornelius. This elf died in battle. I have done the best I can to keep him until he was able to be brought here. Is there any way we can breathe life back into him?" Father Cornelius reaches up and messes with his beard, and he says, "Oh, well, these are some nasty wounds. Well, how did he come across such a... Was he attacked by a wild animal?" And the paladin shakes his head, and again, respectfully, says, "No, Father. He was engaged in battle with a hobgoblin. And that is where he received this," and he gestures towards the body, to the massive wound in his chest. He said, "He received this injury." He says, "Oh." He goes, "Was that the killing blow?" And he says, "No, Father, that is not the case." "Well, what put him down?" "Oh, I wonder, is it this injury here? On his neck, under his head?" "Yes, Father, that is correct." "Ah, did you get the one who did this to him?" "No, Father." "Will you get him?"
Can I do a sense motive real quick?
Absolutely.
On the paladin for when he just said to the father?
Yeah, I want to roll too.
No. 10. I got a 10.
Damn it, 7. The dice are being mean to me now.
18.
Thank God.
You will know that he's not lying. He's not lying. He asked if he got him, if he got the perpetrator. And technically, no. What he meant by that, what the father was implying, is, did you kill him?
That's why I figured the guy.
And the answer was no, and that's truthful. You know for a fact there's no way this Justicar would lie to the father. hell will freeze over 3 times before that would
This is
happen.
why it was a perception in my talk.
Right. So, and when he asks if you're going to get him, is when you stop me. So, he asks if you're going to get him. The paladin hesitates noticeably. And the father says, well, you know, Aragon, I've always trusted your judgment. And he leaves it at that. But I believe we can, we may be able to help this elf. It will take some time, you understand. This is not something we do often, you know. And he says, yes, Father, I understand. Anything you can do, please let us know. We will be here to assist you. And you get the vibe that he just volunteered you all, along with himself, to do anything the Father needs with regards to this particular elf. And he says, do you need anything from us further now, Father? He says, oh no, we need time. Myself and the acolytes have much work to do. Come back tomorrow afternoon. As you wish, Father. He turns around, faces the 3 of you, and gives you the turn around and walk out of the temple look. He doesn't say it, but you know.
I walk with haste out.
Yeah,
Immediately.
you guys are
I
eager to
hastily
leave.
and quietly walk out the temple.
I say before I get to the door, turn around and say, goodbye!
Goodbye. Goodbye. You hear just the most minor of snickers, but you can't because of the like acoustics of the room. You don't know who snickered. If
Should
it's
I
one of
roll
the
a position to
paladins.
find that sticker?
No.
Ah.
Again, it's the room and it's round dome shaped. You're not going to be able to get a good vibe on where that came from because there's just too many people in the room.
But everybody heard it. Are they looking around?
No, the paladins are a military bearing style, staring straight at the wall in front of them. So they're all staring at the opposite, essentially the opposite paladin on the other
There
side of the
across,
room.
Gotcha. I know.
But you know that someone snickered at that. You don't know who, but you're
Don't-
pretty sure it probably was not any of the paladins.
I know I don't care. I walk out the door.
So you guys exit
Oh yes,
the
in a
temple?
heartbeat. That will let me go without causing attention.
that.
So, as you exit, the paladin holds the door open. You all exit. He quietly closes the door behind him. And he looks at the remainder of you, and he says, walk with me. And he makes his way down, back towards the town, from the top of the temple floor. So as you're proceeding down, he waits till about halfway the distance, which is a good 40-some feet, before he even opens his mouth to speak to any of you. He looks back behind him, because I assume you guys are following behind him?
Yes.
Okay. He looks back. Are you walking closest to him? Because
No.
you would have been the first one to exit the building.
And I would have waited till everybody else. I literally would have let
Everyone else walk
I'll be right
behind.
on his ass. I don't care.
I would have tried to do my best to stay with the group, but
Not on top of the paladin.
yes.
I understand. So, he turns around and looks, and you can see that he's actively looking for someone besides you, Gurok. He's giving you the look around you thing. And then, of course, he sees you, Theodore, and he says, you two, please go. Go ahead. I must speak to the other.
Hey, I got some really badass moves. Let's go fucking drink.
I'm down for one.
Do not run off.
No problem. We got something we gotta finish anyways. As soon as this is all concluded, so we can go find some shit.
We'll be at the end.
We want money.
No. Wait at the base of the stairs.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, well I sit down and I pull out my jar.
I sit next to him.
Well, unless you're running, he's just letting you walk past him so that he can get closer to him to talk to him.
Well, that's fine. Well,
So
look
I mean,
around,
it's,
sit down.
you got like
and I
another
pull out
20
my jar.
feet. I mean, it's not like you're going real far or anything. So he lets them proceed past, and he gets close to you.
Am I still under the effects of the last thing from Dutch?
Roll a knowledge arcana check.
15.
You don't know, because you technically failed the knowledge arcana check to begin with. So you don't know what it is enough to even know how long something like that might last.
Wait, could I roll to find out myself?
No.
Well, no, your character wouldn't even be thinking about that.
No.
I mean, realistically,
Yeah.
you had no reason to even consider that.
All you saw him do was touch me on the shoulder. Okay.
Because he never explained himself. You know that because the DM, explained that to you, the player, but not the other way around. So, he looks at you and he asks you, are you usually, and he gives the nod, a man of your word? And the reason he gives you the nod is because he knows that you're not human. And you can tell he means no disrespect by that. He's not like racist.
If I tend to say something, I tend to mean it, unless somebody pays me more to say otherwise.
Well,
But I mean what I've said so far.
you are honest. At least that is amicable. However, you have done as I have asked per our agreement. I now absolve you of our original agreement as you have held up to your side of this. It pleases me that you participated willingly. I'm sure you know the range of my authority in
That I
these
do,
types
Paladin.
of
That I do.
these types of situations. I do not enjoy taking life from other beings. However, if the situation dictates, I will do that. Tell me, what do you know of your compatriots? And he gestures towards the two of them standing or arbitrarily sitting apparently at the steps below.
Can I do a perception check on those two?
Absolutely.
A 4. Plus 8, so 9, 12.
For a perception check, do you see them doing whatever it is they're about to tell you that they're doing?
No, I'm getting at, do I see that Nick is the half elf that he is, and do I see that, because I haven't had much interaction with his character.
Yeah.
Well, you'll know by looking at him that he's half elf.
Alright. Well, I look at the paladin and I say,
Being one yourself,
well,
you'll know.
well, I didn't see him up close, you know what I mean?
You guys have had enough interactions at this point.
Okay.
You would have
Well, I
surmised.
look
who
at
he
the
is.
paladin and I say, well, there's a half elf and a half orc. That's it. I don't.
Do you not know these men you fight with?
No, they just happen to survive the battle.
I see. Well, it seems as though to me, from where I was, that you all handled yourselves rather well in combat. For amateurs, of course.
I roll my eyes, but I continue listening.
When you roll your eyes, he kind of smirks. You get the vibe that he is a lot less of an asshole than you initially thought he was. But you at least understand a little bit more of why he is the way he is.
Okay.
He gives you the gesture, let's walk and talk.
Okay. No, I'll walk on his right hand side.
So as you proceed down to the steps, coming up to the Gurok and Theodore, he explains to the three of you that his hope is high that the father and the acolytes will be able to revive the elf. That the elf was a very close personal friend of his. Someone who he has fought many battles standing next to.
Well, at least you're in trouble, not me. Staying well,
I am a rogue. I
right
tend to
on.
cause trouble, so.
And now you will understand now why he was paying so much attention to your altercation with that particular elf.
He paid so much attention. He
Well,
was
he was-
looking, but
Oh, no, he was.
He was paying attention.
Yeah.
I remember that.
He was looking through you.
Yeah.
He didn't do
pushed
anything.
him. When you push him.
Yeah, fucking shove that fucking right off that bench.
Yes, you did. Because you're being a dick.
Explains why he said he knew how to take care of compasses in the paladin room.
So,
Buddies.
he thanks you all for the work you did do today. For what honor there was in what you did.
I stop him and I say, would you like your Dark Elf's crossbow, or not crossbow, but composite bow and 10 bursting flame arrows I have taken off his body?
I appreciate the gesture. How about this? If they're able to revive him, you return his property to him. Otherwise, you may keep it.
Okay.
He looks at the other two of you. You know he's sizing you up. And he asks you what your background is, Theodore.
I'm a ranger.
Ah. Much time in the forest then? Or do you come from the desert lands or the mountains to the north?
I grew up in the forest with my mother and father. And learned archery from my father. He was a scout.
Ah. Military man?
He was once, but he has since passed.
To live and to die. That is what we all have to look forward to, yes?
Indeed.
Looks at Gurok, sizes you up. You get the vibe that he still doesn't know how to take you. You're kind of like the wild card. Theodore's a little more straightforward. He doesn't entirely trust him because he's got a shady personality type. But outside of that, he knows that deep down there is some honor in him. It's just there's some bullshit on top of it. But you, he has a little bit more difficult time with because he's not necessarily convinced that, quote unquote, you're worth saving at this point.
Dun, dun,
He
dun.
asks you what brings you to the life of a sellsword.
Was a career soldier, got betrayed, looking for vengeance.
When you say soldier, he almost fights and physically has to stop himself from snarling in disbelief. Because he does not even a little bit buy that someone as belligerent as you could ever have been a soldier in any normal army.
Well, at that point in time, I show up my axe and it's got the crest of a former unit I was in. So I had freaking personally engraved it in it myself.
The paladin stops you and asks, "What unit did you say?"
Knights of Sidonia.
Knights of Sidonia. His eyebrows raise and his head tilts back slightly. And he goes, He goes, I thought that was a unit of all orcs.
It's the one that I was given commission over till the other assholes in charge decided that
Oh, so they created
half orcs aren't worthy of being within their company and came and betrayed us all.
They did what?
Betrayed us. Murdered all my men. Ambushed us. Set us out on a bullshit patrol. Came in, killed us all.
As you're talking, he is getting noticeably pissed at hearing this.
Oh, that would.
Because to him, life is precious. And you don't turn on your men, you don't do that sort of thing. And he shakes his head knowingly and he says, "This is unfortunate news. Have you been to the Fighters Guild?"
No, but I have been made mention of it, and I plan on going there.
Go. And you need to speak with Raja. You will know him. He's the only half-orc there. Once you spoke with him, come find me. And he shakes his head. He's clearly disgusted with the information you just provided him with.
Using stealth, I'm gonna try to walk away while he's having this conversation.
Totally not gonna happen.
Don't do it.
Because as soon as he says that to him, he immediately looks at you because he's about to talk to you.
Damn.
He says, and you, I will need tomorrow afternoon. I will need you here at the temple with me, assuming they are able to resurrect him. I will need you to be here. You will need to apologize and set your errors straight. Do we understand each other?
I say yes, and then I ask him, will I be free to go now?
Till tomorrow, yes.
And then I'm gonna ask him again, is there any like alchemy or potion shops around if one was to, say, want to acquire potions?
Oh,
He shakes his
I can
head.
answer this one. I can answer this one.
He shakes his head yes. And he says, you need to go to the Sad Shark Potion Shop. There's an alchemist store. It is on the south side of town. Ask around. I'm sure someone will give you more specific directions if you should need it.
I say I wish him adieu, and I will see you tomorrow afternoon.
Very good.
And then I'm gonna stroll down.
He turns around and is walking back up the steps. He doesn't say anything else to anybody else. So you guys are free to do whatever you'd like. It is now about a half hour past sundown. It's completely dark.
So most shops besides the inn and the pubs are closed.
That is correct. For the evening, anyways.
I'm heading to the inn.
Okay. Bear in mind, it's been a very long day for you all. You all had a very early wake up. It's been a very, very long day. So I'm assuming you all probably go back to the inn, to the tavern in the inn.
Yeah, I'm gonna head to the tavern actually to get some food.
That would be,
Sounds like a
that'd be a
plan.
great idea.
Sounds like a great plan.
Okay. So then, you are heading back away to the only home you have in this place. So if you will all consult your maps. You'll find yourself at the Bronze Boar Tavern and Inn. As you enter the door,
Should there be anything on our screen besides black?
yep, back out of it. Or not back out of it, I mean,
Refresh.
no. First ping.
I have a black screen.
So do I.
But I saw the ping.
Like I saw the ping. It's just the image you're trying to show us is black.
Yeah.
Is pure black.
Curious.
Mm-hmm. Like I can see all the NPC players going on, but whatever you're trying to show us is just coming out black.
So, you all find yourself inside of the bar, well, the tavern as it were, and the moment you walk in, you hear the singing of Mary Goodwee. You see Jane tending the bar. The place is packed yet again with people, although you will notice easily that although you recognize a few people from the previous night, these are definitely not all the same people, because you will know that you're missing all of those others that died in the battle today. So, when you walk in and Jane sees all of you, she immediately turns and addresses you and says, "Oh, welcome back, laddies. Where's everybody else?"
Dead.
This is it.
I'm gonna walk up to the bar and just sit down. I'm not gonna say anything.
Because she projects over Mary singing. Mary stops singing. The undivided attention of everyone in the bar is now looking at you guys and waiting for your answers. And you said they're dead.
They're dead.
And you said that's all. We're all that's left. And you don't say anything. You just approach the bar. And she just shakes her head and she puts her head down a little bit and she goes, "Oh, that's not good, not good. Well, I'm glad some of you came back. She goes, what'll it be, gents? And she motions for you all to approach the bar.
Well, I approached it. Oh, that badass chicken dinner.
Ah, you liked that, did you?
What a little.
Would you like another jar full, or would you like a stein?
Tonight, it's gonna be a stein.
Ah, very well. So she trots off, goes and gets your stein full of your top shelf ale, comes back. She asks you for the appropriate, which I believe was 2 gold. Yes, I believe it was 2 gold.
If you see my hair, that's where I was trying to move my character. That's where at the bar I was.
Yeah, it's 2 for that and 6 for the meal. Because that was the order in which I was writing down my notes.
I just messed with the bar. Alt and the click together right on any
Well, I
character.
have alt, so.
Well, I have old, but it's not letting me.
Hang on. I'm trying to fix it here. Oh, that's not right. Patience. I'm trying.
It's a virtue that I don't have.
You guys
I
want to
know.
say, just remember taking Rob, he has been.
No, he's got my character locked away from him.
Okay. Rob, you should be able to move
Yep.
your character
I'm good.
now.
Close enough.
Jake, you should be able to move your character now too. Okay. Beautiful. So, she trots off, she gets your drink, she brings back the stein. You can tell she's fighting with it because it's heavy. She sets it down. And she looks at you and asks, what'll it be?
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna continue to sit.
So you don't answer her?
No, I just look at her and then just kind of.
He's had a fucked up day.
Ah, I understand. And she looks over to you, who for some odd reason went to the far other side of the bar. And she walks over to you and asks, what do you want to drink? You'll notice she didn't take her 2 gold.
I will have a nice cold beer.
All right. And she champs off, gets it, tells you that'll be 1 gold.
I give her 2 gold, 1 as a tip, and say thank you.
And she says, thank you. Puts your gold right back on the bar in front of you. And then walks into the back room. You're not really sure why or what just happened. You know she's going to get your food. She comes back a few minutes later. Again, same kind of concept, very large platter, another large chicken, you know, that is slow roasted over the fire, rotisserie style. And this time, she's also included shepherd's pie as the side, not
Oh wow!
the various vegetable that you had previously.
A whole pie?
Well, a large chunk of a shepherd's pie. So your platter is again running over with food.
You really know how to treat it, guy.
She smiles. She goes, well, it is my job. And she looks at you and asks, would you like something to eat?
I think I get a pork chop.
Pork chop. I'm not sure if we have any. Let me check. And she scampers away back to the door. And she opens the door and comes back and she's yelling behind her, okay, I heard ya! Bloody bastard. And walks over to you and says, I'm sorry, we have no more pork. We're fresh out. Everyone ordered it for supper tonight. We have fish, we have lamb, we have beef. Is there anything else I can get you?
I asked you, have Parmesan cheese by any chance?
Out of character.
I want some veal parm. You said you had lamb. I wanted veal parm, right? So that's why I'm
Typically, it's not veal pork anyways, because it's
Parmesan cheese is not applicable in this environment.
I might want it on my veal
Did you want
parm.
spaghetti?
It's not lamb.
Here's your opportunity to retcon this. If you would like to ask her a different question or not ask that question, I will give you that opportunity. Otherwise, I'm going to proceed with you asking her for Parmesan cheese.
Do you have any meats that go good with the red sauce that you could give me?
Yes.
Okay.
So she goes and gets you a veal cutlet.
Okay.
She tells you that'll be 4 gold.
Okay. I'll give it 4 gold.
She sets it on the bar in front of you,
Okay.
and she walks away. She goes to you, Theodore, and asks you, are you hungry?
Yes, after seeing this man's meal, I'm intrigued for some chicken. Not a whole chicken, mind you.
Oh, I understand. Maybe a breast and a thigh?
That shall do. With some delicious sides, please.
Delicious sides. That's all we know how to give here. She smirks, walks away, and you notice as she walks away that she's got that for front. The hips are twisting as she's walking, even though she's wearing, of course, a dress. You can clearly see the ass movement is going on, pretty obvious, and you notice that she's putting a little extra stank on it for you because she knows you're looking.
Well, it's in my line of sight. What do you want me to do?
She goes back into the back room, of course, and some time later she returns, and she brings out a breast and a thigh of chicken for you on a platter. It also has corn out of the cob, and she has potatoes. Something similar to like sliced and roasted potatoes. Nothing too out of the ordinary. And then, ironically, there is a small piece of green vegetation that you're not sure what it is.
What is this green side you have here with this?
Ah, that's the garnishment. It's for looks, love. Don't eat it.
Hey, barmaid!
She turns. Yes.
Do you have any vintage red wine
Ooh.
to go with my veal?
Right. Let me look. And she turns around and she's opening a couple of cabinet doors and looking around. She goes, oh, perhaps in the storeroom. One moment, please. And she scampers away and comes back with a obscenely large bottle of wine. It's a deep green glass bottle, standard cork in the top, and very, very dark. So you know it's a deep, solid, deep red wine that's inside the bottle. And she walks over and she puts a glass in front of you and she pops the top and she offers it to you, the whole bottle. What do you do?
I grab the glass and look at it like this with it.
Okay. So she immediately pours in a little bit and she's pouring in a circular fashion. And then she gives you about a ½ inch worth in the glass and then pulls away for a moment but doesn't leave.
I take the glass. I take a sip. Leave the bottle.
Very well. That'll be 6 gold.
Okay.
You will know you just got fantastic wine for a rock bottom price.
Seriously.
And also superb on the wine tasting. Like, that was very well done. I didn't know if you were going to rise to the occasion on that, and you did. And it made me happy.
Do you think I'm some sort of angry? I have a taste for I have a taste for the finer things in life.
Fair enough.
Why do you think I wanted a red wine to go with my veal?
Hey, Fair enough. You'll get no argument from me. So, you all, I'm assuming, eat and drink.
Yep.
So for all of you who are drinking alcohol, I need a fortitude save.
Let me find it.
Top of the character sheet.
Oh, so close. 19 plus 4, 23.
You're feeling great.
15.
18 plus 2. We're up 20.
You're all doing perfectly fine. You're all eating. You've had a very long day. You're not like slamming the booze. You're literally like you're spending more time eating right now than you are actually drinking anything.
Well, I'm enjoying this fine. I'm gonna get.
So, you guys continue to drink after you've completed your meal, or just you're finishing your drinks that you currently
No,
have?
I asked.
I'm not. You got a whole bottle.
Yeah, you got a
You
I'm not done yet.
You hold the hell on. Because by this point, I'm assuming you finished your first beer. Are you ordering anything else or no?
It's what, near midnight?
Mm-mm.
No?
No. Now after you're done eating, it's honestly like going on 10 o'clock at best. It's still early.
I ordered another beer.
She doesn't say anything about money. She just hands you it and walks away. She goes to you and leans over to look in your stein. And when she leans over to look in your stein, you of course get this fantastic view that she is so helpful at providing to you. And she goes, "Oh, we still got a lot in there. You got a lot of drinking to do, lad." And then she just scurries past you. Can you actually do that? You kill the stein.
I kill this thing.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Roll me a d20 first.
14. With just that.
For a 14, you manage to swallow every bit of it. You don't like bathe in it. You actually drink it.
Oh, that's good.
Because you're on a gallon. Like, that's a lot of food. Just slam. Orc or not. Like, there's a lot of food.
My character looks over and sees the orc do it and is very impressed. Like,
Right.
this guy can drink.
Yeah. So now I'm going to need 2 fortitude saves from you. Because that's a lot of alcohol in a short amount of time.
Well, the first one's 7. But the second one is 22.
So 7.
You're feeling very, very warm, happy, and you're noticing your foot's tapping and you're wobbling a little bit to the melody again, and you're starting to get the feeling that, shit, I might start dancing again. You're not quite there, but you know that if you keep drinking, you're going to end up dancing again, and you're not real comfortable with that idea. So what do? Do you order another drink or no?
I say fuck it. One more.
I roll a sense motive on him. Just
He
like,
wants to get tanked. You don't have to roll. I think that's obvious. Intent is implied.
my character's like hearing a tap and he looks over and he's like, this guy's gonna get slushed.
So, as Mary notices that you're enjoying your merriment and also her particular tunage, she comes over and starts to sing to you.
Ooh.
Very.
Is that the way she's facing
My
by the way?
character, that's Mary.
No, she's actually facing Gurok.
Okay, I just was curious because that might come in later.
So,
but it's,
as she is...
Technically, I'm on the other side, but.
Yeah, you just made to where I'm between them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I sent her to the wrong side. I apologize.
Oh, that's cool. I love having two of them near me.
Right.
I think it's sad if she walks away when she realizes you weren't the one she wanted.
So, as she
I
is...
got Jane.
As she is singing to you, Jane goes and fetches your drink, and then comes back, and then gives you your drink, and she gives a very interesting smirk to the fact that you and Mary seem to be having a moment amongst yourselves. She thinks it's somewhat cute, and goes on about her other duties tending to the other patrons. What are you guys doing? We'll
I'm
skip
going
you
to-
for the moment. Work with you.
I'm going to call Jane over
Okay.
and ask her for a second glass.
And she goes, well, you've already got the bottle, hon. What are you going to do with another glass?
Just hand me the glass, sweetheart.
You call her sweetheart. She raises an eyebrow. Not in a negative way. She just letting you know that she heard you call her sweetheart. And she goes, okay, I'm just the help. And then she grabs it and gives you the empty glass. And then picks it back up, looks at it, and goes, oh, not spots. And cleans it out with her rag and puts it back down.
Look at the glass, set it down. I pick the bottle up and pour her a drink, and then nudge it towards her.
Oh, you're willing to share, are you?
Well, yes. It's been a lonely day. I don't want to drink by myself.
Ah.
Well, you should sit so far away.
In his defense, there are other patrons sitting physically on some of the bar stools. So,
I assumed that. I was.
I was assuming that too. I just went beeline straight to
So anyway, I pour her the drink,
right.
and I nudge it.
She accepts the glass, lifts it, and says, to what shall we toast, dear? Because you can't drink good wine and not have a toast. That's just uncivilized.
To the ones that went with us and didn't come back.
Ah, good one indeed. And she drinks. She does not hammer it by
I
any
hammer
means,
mine, though.
but she takes a very gracious swallow worth of it. She sets it down and she asks if there is anything you would like to discuss. She's being very friendly and trying to be nice to you.
I say nothing in particular. I just wanted the company of a lovely lady.
She noticeably blushes. She says, oh, thank you, dear. You're a bit young for me, but you are certainly nice.
Well, how you drinking with your mask on?
Give me a perception check. For a 15, when she says you're a little young for her, you examine her a little more closely, and the way the fire and the hearth behind you and the candles that are strewn about the area is lighting the room and the torches on the wall and the ones hanging from the ceiling and the chandelier, you notice that there's no way she's older than you are.
I say, for a lovely lady as yourself, if that's the way you feel, age shouldn't matter. Let's enjoy the age of the wine.
She laughs and says, ah, I can drink to that, aye. And she kills the remainder of her glass.
I ask her, do you have any plans this evening?
Ah, yes, you're looking at it.
No, I'm saying after the tavern closes.
Ah, I have to sleep.
It gets cold at night.
It does, but I have blankets.
Nothing a blanket can do that I can do better.
She turns and looks to find Mary and says, oh, Maddie, I have one for you.
She's preoccupied.
She is preoccupied. Mary is, of course, still singing directly at you. She hears Jane, and she acknowledges her with a gentle head nod, of course, but she doesn't break her song. She doesn't interrupt her song. She's having a moment, you understand, with Guruk.
I say, well, will you still continue to help me finish this bottle off?
Ah, I can give you one more glass, but I have to stay coherent, you understand.
I understand. Thank you for the company.
And thank you for everything you've all done. I really appreciate that.
I want to use a sleight of hand to take the money that she's been leaving on the table in front of me and put it in her pocket.
Do you want to take the money and slip it into her pocket?
While she's looking directly at you. This better be a nat 20 scenario.
Close. I was gonna say we could even put it down her blouse.
25? No, 26.
For a 26, when you pick up the money and you go to lean forward, she sees it and she just all the way forward for you to drop it down her blouse.
And I continue what I was doing.
Nice.
So you just let the money right down her.
Mm-hmm.
She smiles and she goes, "You're too kind." She slams the remainder of her glass, puts the glass down, and says, "I must be tending to the others now."
Understandable. Just don't forget me.
She goes, "Not in your lifetime." Which strikes you kind of weird. That's not something people would usually say. And then she walks away.
Okay.
Mary, who's having a moment with this one, because you're sitting next to him, Theodore,
I hear it all.
you're stuck dealing with this. 'Cause you're seeing him all jolly and happy and getting his little
I
dance.
got like the rock eyeball going as I'm sitting in the chair with my drink. Like either there's some seriously strong stuff and I'm hallucinating, or
Well, if you
this
think
guy's
about
getting saucy and she's helping him out.
it,
Like
think about it, Nick. If you think about it, I sort of just lowered her charisma a little bit with all that.
we're talking about Mary.
Yeah,
We're talking
you
about-
lowered.
we're
We're
talking
talking
about
about
Mary
marketing.
Warnick.
Nick wanted to begin with.
Yeah,
That's
that's
true.
you on
That's
Jane in the first place. So.
Hey, she was giving me a little extra, movement there on the way out. I'm
A little more of a boom scenario.
like baiting me in there.
Right. So, Nick, or Theodore, what are you doing at the moment? Are you just enjoying the show that Gurak is currently putting on? Or are you still trying to
I'm
figure
doing-
out what the monster on the wall is?
I was doing precision check.
Perception.
Perception. Goddamn, sheriff's baby.
You are precisely perceiving. I like it.
21. To look around the room and see, what do I see?
You see a buffalo's head that you could have sworn last night you thought was fake. You see a handful of other guardsmen, no one that you recognize per se. There's some other people in the bar drinking. They're starting to thin out. People are either going upstairs or actually leaving the tavern entirely. You're probably down to about 10 people, best you can tell, in eyesight around you. There's a couple of romantic couples that are getting real close to each other at their tables and talking. And they're having their moments. And then you see a couple of old men who seem to be playing some type of gambling game with money and coins strewn about the table, and they're playing some kind of a card game. You see a few of the guards, and they're drinking and carrying on. They're not nearly as boisterous as the guards you've seen last night, but they're obviously getting their drink on, they're having a good time. But these ones don't seem to be, they're a little more reserved. So you either assume either they haven't drunk as much as the other group did last night, or this is just a different personality amongst this group of particular guards.
But I noticed they're not the same guards, are they?
No, they're not the same guards.
Are any of them fat guards amongst them?
No.
Well, they're. If you remember the last one.
You will also know, just generally speaking, that it is not common for officers to consort with the likes of enlisted men.
Alright. Well, I sit there with my drink, looking at it, and I'm contemplating if I want another one. So I just set it down and pull out my pipe and have a smoke as I
look at Gorak with one eye raised as he's dancing with Mary.
Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
Okay. What are you doing?
Is the bartender still right where she's at? On the map? Or she's over?
No, at this point, she would be literally walking around the bar to each table, picking up empty glasses, empty plates, refilling drinks.
I'd like to call her over one more time.
Okay, well, the next time she passes by you, you stop her.
And ask her, is there any chance I can have you store that bottle I purchased for me? Here.
Sure.
Okay.
We can put it in the back and put your name on it.
Appreciate that. And,
Would you be wanting me to do that now?
please, if you could.
Sure. And she pulls out a small tag with twine on it, and she pulls out her writing utensil, and she says, "And what's your name, dear?"
Lucian.
Lucian. Ah, very interesting name. Quite elegant. And how will we be spelling that? And I assume you tell her.
Yes.
So she writes it, and you notice her handwriting is just amazing. It is fluid and it's very, very fast. And she's writing in calligraphy style, and it is perfect. Everything about it, proportion, size, the cursive style, everything about it is perfect.
So I want to ask her, where did she pick up handwriting so lovely as hers?
Well, when I was younger, I had proper schooling, you understand.
Okay. Where'd you go to school at?
Oh, nowhere near here, unfortunately.
Oh, was it an all-girls school?
No. Thankfully.
When she walks away from me, can I do a sneak back upstairs? Like walking, see, so nobody does stealth. Walk up to my room.
Who are you trying to evade their watchful eye of?
Pretty much everybody. I'm trying not to be noticed by like too many people. Like, preferably not
You
making
try to
myself
just
noticeable.
walk quietly.
Well, as long as you're not doing anything noisily, you're just walking like a normal person.
Yes,
no
I'm
one's
gonna-
going to pay attention to you. Because as you will know from your time of already being in the inn and the tavern, the bathrooms are upstairs. So
Okay.
it's commonplace to see people
Yeah.
going and coming constantly.
I'm gonna head upstairs.
Okay. So you head upstairs, and we will hold yours for a moment.
Yeah.
What are you doing now that you're singing with Mary? Or your version of trying to sing along with Mary?
When you sing Dance in the Moonlight.
See,
moonlight.
I envision more of like a reading rainbow kind of thing. But she says, take a look. He's like, it's in a book, reading rainbow. They do it
Take a
together.
look, it's in a book, reading rainbow. And then he puts his visors on, and then he gets all Star Trek on.
LeVar Burton is ashamed of you right now.
That's okay.
He judges you.
You know what? He can judge us if he wants. I don't care. You hear me, LeVar Burton? Bring him. I'm trying to call you out.
He's probably listening to this later on.
No, what's worse is the guys and gals over at Table Talk, specifically Joss Wheaton, and I'm sorry, not Joss Wheaton. Shoot myself in the face for saying that. Will Wheaton and them, who of course worked on Star
That
Trek:
would be
The
an
Next
interesting
Generation.
mashup, those two.
That would be really weird. Anyhow, he works with LeVar. So it would be interesting if we get like a tweet from LeVar Burton about this exact conversation. But anyhow, I digress.
Anyways,
So, now I'm completely sidetracked. Thank you.
I went upstairs.
Yes.
They're still at the bar.
Yes, thank you. Alright, so are you doing a sing-along scenario with her, or are you just grooving to the music? Are you slamming your drink more? What's going on? Tell me about Kurok. He's feeling fantastic.
Almost like he wants to dance.
Grooving to the beat, and start asking her, where did you learn to sing so awesome? Just,
She stops singing and keeps playing, of course, and stops singing momentarily to explain to you that she went to the local bard college. She's classically trained,
very nice. Very
and then
nice.
thanks you for the compliment, and takes her hat off and puts it on your head.
Mm. She ain't about you.
For anyone who's there, give me a perception check or knowledge check, either one, whichever gives you the larger bonus.
I'm upstairs.
So it's 26.
With the 26, you will know that the exchanging of a hat from one person to another usually is a claim on the other person.
So she's claiming a half work.
Apparently, it
As,
seems so.
as what, property or?
Definitely spoken for.
Oh. Coco, right? It's your day.
So, what are you doing now? Do
Uh,
you see this get just repulsed and leave, or what? Like, what's happening? What is Theodore doing?
I just look over as he's dancing. She puts the hat on, and I understand the symbolism. I'm like, well, good for him. I don't think lost. I'm just like, at least somebody's getting lucky tonight. I mean,
Okay, so now back to you. What does Gurok do after he gets the hat put on his head? And mind you, it does not even close fit the head. It's like a goofy looking hat, just skewed
Barely
slightly
sitting
to the
on there?
side. Yeah, it's just barely there.
Basically a yarmulke almost.
Yes, except more humorous looking.
And not like the head.
so like a teeny little hat on his head.
Kind of like when people put hats on little monkeys. It's just terrible looking.
So what you're saying is like a little fez hat
Yeah.
on the monkeys with the wings from the Oz. Blah, 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 blah.
Yes,
Oh god, that's funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
that's what you look like with a ridiculous green felt hat on your head.
At least mention.
Yeah. So, should we take this party elsewhere?
Ballsy move.
Do you say it like that?
He's a ballsy whore.
I say he's drunk. I say he does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm feeling really awesome, so
Yeah,
Maybe
you had
we
what,
should go
2 gallons of booze?
we should take upstairs and drink some more of this.
She smiles and says, "What room are you staying in?"
Do I actually know what room number it is?
I assume you fumble for your key because it's written on the key.
Yep. This one?
Well, when we're through here, well, maybe I'll stop by and we'll share a drink.
Got plenty.
So she politely excuses herself from your company, and she goes back to serenading the bar as a whole. So what do you do now?
Go upstairs. Before she goes to come along, I'm gonna check out some of the other rooms that I got access to.
You will know that it's probably going to be at least another hour before they're actually going to close. So you've got time.
So that sounds perfect.
Okay, so now both of you are now upstairs. What are you doing, Theodore?
How many people are left in the entire bar?
6 besides staff. That's including yourself.
Well, by now I've already finished my beer. I called Jane over and asked if she has any more delicious hot tea.
Tea. I don't have any at the moment, but I can make some for you.
Well, I'd appreciate that.
All right. And then she scampers off and goes and gets the tea and brings it over to you and serves it to you. You can tell that it's freshly made tea But it is not scalding hot either. She's added a bit of cool water to it.
I looked to her and I asked, "Do you have any honey to go
Yes.
with that tea?"
Yes, yes we do.
Thank you.
Would you like any lumps to go with it?
No, just the honey to go with it.
Okay.
Oh, lovely lady.
She pulls out a jar of honey, pours it into a small saucer with the appropriate accoutrement for serving, and gives it to you. And then puts the remainder of the main jar of honey back in the interior shelves of the bar.
I asked her, "How much will that be?"
Ah, don't worry about it. And then she goes back to wiping down the bar.
And I just sit there and have my tea and have a little smoke. I see Gorak leaves and I'm like, again, at least somebody's getting some.
Okay. What are you doing, Lucian?
I'm gonna, now that I've walked upstairs, as I'm walking up the stairs, I put my hand into my pouch on my belt,
Yeah.
pulling out 4 inn keys that I had found earlier,
Right.
examining the numbers of the keys that are on the keys, and thoroughly go to each room and walk in to check the first room.
Okay. So then your spot on the map is incorrect. You need.
Well, I wasn't sure exactly where.
Right. You need to be where Gurak is. The first door on your left, past the potty. Bingo. So you use the key to make entry. Yes.
And then I'm gonna do a perception check of the room to search it.
Ah. Very good. One moment. And that is what you see.
So,
What's your perception check?
we have the final number.
As an aside, do you now all see that open room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It popped up.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it was, that feature was working appropriately.
22.
For a 22, when you open the door, you will see there is no ambient light in the room, but due to your true sight goggles, you see clearly that there is a small chest, a table, it's mostly used like for writing, for like stationery. There's some stationery on it, and inkwell and so on. A small chair in front of the table, and a bed, and then of course the chest. But like more like an armoire than a chest per se. But you'll notice that there's a lock on the armoire that is identical to the door lock.
Well, then in that case, I will use the same key attempt to open the chest. If I notice it's identical, I'm going to try the same key first. So check. And
So
that's good.
for a 22, you see the armoire, if you will, and it has an identical locking mechanism to what the door had. You surmise probably the exact same lock mechanics that key should open that as well. What do you do?
I'm going to try to see if that key opens that lock.
You open the lock just fine. You open the door.
Yes. And then I'm going to enter the room.
Okay, I need you to roll me. Roll me a d4, and if it lands on 1, re-roll it.
2.
Okay, I need you to roll me a d100. I know, this is randomly just jumping around all the different dice. We're working all of them in this session, boys and girls.
I don't have a fucking demon.
60.
Yeah, you do.
60.
Oh, the
60.
percent off?
It's this guy.
Yeah, it's a percent of my.
Oh, I'm sorry. You also need to roll your other one with it.
The D20 or the other?
No, the one that looks identical. I can't think the D12. Or wait, no,
10.
D10. Yeah, I'm sorry. My brain's starting to go.
Well, I'm gonna re-roll that.
I'm getting old.
If you don't mind. $64.
64. You find full plate armor. You will surmise that this was a room of obviously one of the other cell swords, which you already knew, but this was their extra armor.
Now, that armor, do I notice if it's a medium sized, large size, small size?
It's standard, it's medium.
Did I see anything else in this chest?
Nothing of interest.
Okay.
I mean, there's obvious things in the room, such as like the bedding.
I'm gonna
linen,
look
stuff
between the
like that.
mattress.
Okay. Call high or low.
High.
Nothing.
Okay. So there's nothing else in this room than the parent.
Nothing outside of the standard amenities.
So okay. No closets, nothing like that. All right, then in that case, I will take that key, put it in my pouch separately, and
Okay.
then walk out to the next room that would be on my key list. So wherever that would
For
be.
the purposes of the map, we're going to go to the very next room.
Okay.
Okay, you open the door with no problems. You notice a chair, a bed. The bed is not made. Whoever had this room before was a filthy animal. There's just crap everywhere. All the linens all over the place and just nasty. Clearly no military-minded individual. And there is the small armoire identical to the one you found in the previous room.
Again, I'll try to open that.
Okay, well, the key fits and it opens.
Do I see anything in this chest?
High or low?
High.
There's nothing in there.
Alrighty then. Again, I'll look under the mattress just to be safe.
High or low?
Look.
No.
Now is there any, like, does the table have a drawer or anything like that in there? Or?
Nope, just a standard table. On the table again, you got stationary inkwell.
Anything
stuff like
underneath the bed completely, like underneath the frame?
that. Yes.
What do I see underneath the...
Perception check.
$14.
Dust bunnies.
That's fine. Alright. Well, in that case, I will maneuver on to the second room since it seems to be...
So you're in the third room?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, for the purposes of the map, we're going
Making
to
it
use
easy on you.
just the next room, which is the whole corner. And this will be your
Ooh.
third, fourth room.
So it's 2 keys, same time? Gotcha.
This, when you open it, you notice that there's, the first key doesn't unlock the mechanism. There's an identical because it's the double doors. You notice there's another key on the other side. You put it in, you turn it, well, you attempt to turn it, and it doesn't go anywhere at all. Then it dawns on you to flip-flop the keys in the opposite locks. You do that and away you go.
Okay. Enter the room. Now, do I see anything? Like, is there 2 of those chests this time, or?
There's 2 chests, one on each side of the double-sized bed.
Alright.
A chair, 3 chairs total, 2 around a small table, round table with some drinks and an empty plate with scraps of food.
Okay. I'm gonna check the table, the first one
Okay.
that I'm standing over, if you will.
Okay, and roll me your D100. So your D8 or 10, sorry.
73.
Okay, D4 please. Anything but 1.
2.
So 74. Nice. You find another full plate armor.
Oh, same as before.
Mm-hmm.
And just put number 2 there. All right. Anything else in there? Chest.
No.
Now do I see?
Just extra linens.
Okay. No trap. No like second floor to the secret opening in the chest or anything. Like false bottom.
That would require an additional.
That's fine.
perception check.
I'm gonna do that though, because that would be considered like trap finding, right? Say, because like a
No,
false
because
bottom or
that would only be applicable if there was a trap.
okay. So regular perception.
But due to your goggles, you'll get a bonus to this.
17 total.
Okay. There is a loose board, you notice, and what may be hidden compartment concept.
Okay. Now, does it appear like it's rigged for any reason?
No.
Then I'm gonna attempt to open it.
Looks very mundane.
I'm gonna open it.
Okay. Roll me D4.
Four.
Okay. Now a D100.
28.
You find a excuse me, a superior lock.
Superior lock.
With
Now,
it-
is
with
it?
with its key inside it?
Okay. Nothing else in that one. Then I'll move on to the next one.
Okay. The next one is empty.
Empty. No false bottoms again or anything like that.
Nope.
All right. I want to search between the mattresses.
Nothing.
Underneath the bed.
You're gonna need a perception check for your bed, under the bed search.
$15.
You see what looks like a small box somehow connected to the frame of the bed.
Any obvious openings to this box?
No, it just looks like it's kind of rigged just to be in that spot. Like it maybe slides
Okay.
into
I'd like
the
to
slats.
can I open this box then?
Well, you can slide it out and pull it
Alright.
down.
That's what I'd like to do.
Okay. Okay, give me a D4.
3.
Okay, D100.
59.
You find a masterwork dagger.
Awesome.
Okay. And that concludes your room keys.
While looking at this dagger, since I have the goggles, I'm going to use the Dwemer. Do I notice with the Dwemer thing, does it have any magic properties or anything?
Does it have any what?
Magical properties or anything to this
No.
dagger?
Nope. It's just a very well crafted masterwork dagger.
Okay.
Nothing special, but other than the fact that it's masterwork.
Alright.
So whoever made it was a skilled craftsman.
Alrighty then. And if that's the case, after that, I would close the room and head downstairs to the bar again. And then I'll hold my turn from there.
Okay.
Or end, or however you want it.
Duroc, what are you doing?
Which first room that I have on my key list?
Okay. So then for you, you're going to need to go 2 squares south of your position.
So we do that one.
Yep. So you fumble through your keys and find the right key that fits this particular lock. You make entry into the room, and you see what is obviously a meeting room.
Can I make a perception to see if I see anything interesting?
Yes.
9.
For a 9, all you see is the table and chairs and the bench.
I was
And
gonna say, aren't you gonna add your?
Alright, it's +3.
Oh.
Right, well, no, move on to the next room.
just basic furniture is all you see. So as you proceed up the hallway, and you take your first, the only right you can make in the hallway, and the first door you come to on your left, bingo, was his name. You see a room, and you fumble through your keys and find the correct key for this particular location. Open the door, and you see 2 twin-sized beds, a small table with a couple of chairs, and 2 separate chests. You surmise, upon further investigation of the chest, that it looks a lot similar to the locking mechanism you've seen at the door.
Try the key on the first one.
Okay? The first key attempt does not work.
Okay, so I switch to the other one.
Then it works.
5.
D4, please.
2.
Okay. Roll your percentage die with your D10.
Or D10. 26.
You find breastplate armor.
What size?
If I don't mention it, it's medium.
Right.
Okay, cool. I'll do
Medium is the standard size.
Okay.
You will also remember that other than a handful of halflings and dwarves, for the most part, everyone around here is standard medium-sized people. So you're not going to find a lot of the small stuff. And there wasn't anyone who was large, so let alone huge or gargantuan.
And after that, I'm gonna check under the mattress.
Yeah, check it between.
it. Alright, Josh.
I feel like that's a player knowledge versus character knowledge scenario there.
Almost search the shit out of everything.
You do not find anything.
Damn. Under?
Under the bed?
What, both?
No.
I feel like he's not
Right.
as fine nest as I would be, so that room's gonna be thrashed. Like he literally just moved the
Move
bed.
over to the next chest. Try the other key.
Works perfect. D4.
3.
You're killing me with the acoustics of the dice on that metal. Okay, roll your D10 and D100.
Be nice.
There we go, much better.
14.
You find a buckler.
I love that.
Yay.
What the heck's a buckler?
I'll get back to you.
Okay. Mattress
Oh.
under the bed.
Shield.
What did you see?
Mattress and under the bed.
Okay, you find something underneath the mattress.
Perception.
Yep.
14. Or wait, 17.
You find a used sheepskin.
Yes.
Used.
I don't know if I'd pick that up, sure.
Yeah, I might want to check for stains.
That's not exactly what you're looking for when you're doing the loot searches.
Nope. What if that was the room next door to mine?
As a matter of fact,
It was.
no.
Oh.
This is the whole other side of the building.
Alright, I'm move on to the next room.
Okay.
So this one's that one.
So you make entry into this room, and like the last room, you see 2 chests, 2 beds, 1 table. On the table, there is a note.
I'd like to pick up the note. I read it.
The note is the same notice you had seen in your hometown that specifies that there was a need for cell storage in Oakhurst.
Huh.
And a Bible with the Gideon stamp on it. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, keep seeing these. And I'll open the first chest.
Okay. D4.
Four.
Okay. D10, D100.
72.
You find a healer's kit.
Go to the next chest.
Okay. D4.
4.
Okay. D100 and D10.
Maybe 103.
What?
Double zeros. Was that 100?
No, that would be 3.
Okay, so I got 3.
You find a empty backpack.
Be the heat, I guess.
Hmm?
Be the heater, I think.
Alright, and then I'm gonna search the beds.
You find nothing under the first bed or under the mattress. And you find nothing under the other one. There's nothing else of interest.
Alright, and I shall go to my room to await Mary's arrival.
Fair enough. For the purposes of the map, you may choose one of the open rooms that have been revealed to choose as your own room, should you like to.
I'll pick the big ass one. I'm a big ass guy.
The same goes for you too. Alright. Let's see here. Theodore, what are you doing, buddy? All by your lonesome down there.
I'm not alone, as you can see now.
Playing this one right here. Must be my heater, sorry.
Alright.
But I'm gonna be
Well, I excuse myself and head to the facilities. As you know how booze is.
Booze.
Yeah, but it's gotta leave the body sometimes, especially with that hot tea.
Right.
But I make sure I finish my hot tea. When I am done using the restrooms, I look around. Should I roll for precision? I'm not gonna say that.
You're all about the precision, buddy. I
Precision. Perception. Should I roll for perception to see?
It's all about
Is
that
anybody
precision.
around?
Could be precise when you're trying to shoot arrows. Roll it down.
I'm sorry, I was doing something else. Repeat that.
You want me to roll to see if there's anybody around, or
What are you trying to do?
look to see if there's anybody in the hallway or nearby?
Near the shitter? That's where your character is, that's what I'm asking. I'm not trying
Well-
to be ridiculous.
I'm right here now.
Well, there's doors on those stalls, so that's why I was asking. You don't see anyone. You see closed doors, quiet hallway, you don't hear a whole lot of noise.
I'm gonna continue all the way to. I'm guessing this will be my first room for me, since everybody's checking their rooms with their keys.
Oh, we're talking about it downstairs. back, Jane, can you bring me back my bottle?
We're not doing two things at once, right?
Yeah.
So I went upstairs, used the restroom, get out, and I start fumbling through my ink keys to check the rooms.
And then you make entry into your first room. You notice 2 beds, 2 chests, a table with a couple of chairs.
2 chests, a table, and 2 beds.
Yep.
Alright. I go to first chest.
Okay.
Is there anything in it?
D4.
I'm assuming I have to re-roll on a 1.
Yes, reroll.
2.
Okay. Now your D10 and D100. Or your D10 and percentage die.
24.
You find breastplate armor.
I wonder if people have died. Left their armor in there.
I know, man. I mean,
You would surmise at this point that a lot of people chose to leave their heavy armor and only took their light armor.
It's true, we need quite a lot.
is that all in that chest?
Yeah.
Alright, then I move to the second chest.
D4. You love critical failure, don't you?
What the heck?
3. Finally. I blame the dice.
D10 and percentage die. Go for it.
Oh, I have to say it like that. 15. You. I blame you. You jinxed me.
You
With
find.
it being a 10, isn't that the 100?
What's that?
Because he got a 10 on the percentage. Isn't that 100?
No. If he got a 1 with the double zeros, that's a 100.
Ah.
So what did you got? A 10?
A 10 and a 5, 15.
Okay. 15. You're going to get a masterwork short sword.
I was told him that's 0.
That is all?
Then they should.
From that chest, yes.
Is there anything that I see that's on the table?
You see an inkwell, some parchment paper. That's it.
No write on parchment? Is there anything underneath the beds or in between the mattresses?
Are you searching for them?
Yes. So 16 plus 9. 25.
For a 25, you will see that there is a section of boards that has been cut. 2 separate pieces of boards that are running opposite of each other as wood flooring does.
Mm-hmm.
A section of it has been cut out in a square configuration. However, you do see a small, thin piece of twine tied to it, leading to the other side of the bed.
Oh boy. Alright.
You get the distinct feeling that that's a trap.
Yeah. Yeah. I follow the twine.
From underneath the bed?
So the hatch is underneath the bed and the twine's leading out from underneath the bed is what you're saying?
Yes. That's why I said the floorboards.
I follow and find where the twine leads to.
Leads to the other side of the bed. But the bed, that side of the bed is against the wall. You're very, very, very close to it. You definitely can't stand in between.
Okay.
And it didn't look like there was a whole lot of slack in that line either.
Think about it.
sleight of hand check for your ability to cut the twine without adding any extra tension to it.
Alright. Hang on.
That's all right.
Hmm.
$18.
You cut it perfectly. You are like, the hand just rocks steady, no vibration, nothing.
So since I disabled the trap, so I'm assuming, what do I find?
Explain to me how you lift the floorboard. It's a square in the floor. It's the actual floorboard itself.
Mm-hmm.
2 pieces. It's cut in a square. How are you getting that up? Because it's flat against, flush against the floor. The only thing sticking out now is a slack piece of twine.
Pull out my grappling hook, and I tried to jam right between the pieces to pry it up.
I'm gonna need a perception, or I'm sorry, a percentage die and a D10. Now, mind you, this is going to be, what you roll here is your percentage for your success.
Shit. No jinxing over there, buddy.
Because you have to keep in mind, you're underneath a bed with a grappling hook, which is huge, trying to jam it into a section that's no bigger than this.
Wait.
Roll, you already said you're doing it.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
roll.
Roll.
I'm just reminding you of the confines.
I just
of where
realized
you're
I
at.
could have just decided to move the bed.
Too late.
Ah,
Dead twist and a dead thing.
42.
42. When you smash it, you missed, like, I assume you're aiming for the edge, the interior cut line.
Mm-hmm.
You missed entirely. You slam it like an inch to the far right into the main flooring.
Whoops!
It's a sickening thud that you hear when you slam it into the ground. It makes a lot more noise than you were hoping for.
Can I roll a perception check? If it's that loud and he's above.
He's not above you.
No?
If you remember, directly it's vaulted ceiling.
Oh, okay.
The only thing above you is the roof.
Alright.
He's off to the north end.
My
Oh.
character realizes he can't do that, so he crawls out from the bed and he looks to see if the bed's bolted or nailed to the floor. Is it?
It is not. It's not secured in any way. It's just sitting on the floor. It's got 4 bedposts
I
to it,
move
and it's sitting right there. It's made
portion
of
of the bed that I need in order to get a better look at this section of floorboard.
You would have to scoot the whole bed over like 3 feet. Like the width of the bed is covering exactly the thing, so you got to get it out of the way.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to need you to roll a stealth check
Oh shit.
because you're moving a wooden bed that's got all the normal accoutrement on it, and you're trying to do it quietly. I'm assuming after you just made a huge thud noise. You start moving around furniture late in the evening, it kind of sound carries, you know.
Yeah. I should have put a crowbar in my inventory.
You might have.
Oh. Thank you. With 18 plus 8, I have 26.
Well, walk me through that. Walk me through you doing this.
I grab one end of the bed,
Mm-hmm.
realize it's not bolted,
Right.
give it a tug up and down to see how much it weighs. I lift it up and sidestep one end.
Okay. You get it across out of the way. However, it's got to go just a little bit more for you to be able to get to it. And the bed is just long enough that the far post from you in the corner that needs to move drags on the floor just enough to give an audible sound, but nothing more than someone scooting backwards in a chair. In other words, you're successful.
So no one thinks twice.
No one would think twice.
Nice. So I take a closer look at this cutout piece. There's no way to grab it. I'd have to pry something into it, correct?
Yeah, there's nothing to grab onto other than the twine that's sticking out of the hole. The twine you cut leads in between those pieces of wood. And the twine was attached to the bed as best you could tell.
I see that there's some twine still sticking out.
Yeah.
I grab a hold of the twine, assuming that it'll help me pull it out
Okay.
to help. Figuring it might help lift it,
Okay.
which I'm guessing is going to end badly for me.
Roll me your percentage check for your level of successfulness.
20.
So
Really sucking.
when you pull up on it, it doesn't just lift the edge like you were hoping for. It's just enough to get your fingertips on it. And when you pull up, you hear a sound of glass shatter.
Shit. But it's still stuck in the floor.
Yeah.
I assume nothing good can come from this.
You smell something weird, and you hear a sizzling noise.
Acid.
Oh,
Roll me a perception check. Give it the old sniff test.
I'm gonna give the old lick test.
That might prove less than favorable.
I guess this is a 6.
Is there a dot or a line?
Oh wait, no. I was looking for the slash. No, it's a 9. Plus. No, 18.
For an 18, you will recognize the smell, and the sizzling noise also helps you ascertain that that is in fact acid. That was in a vial, or so you assume based on the sound of glass and how someone would have acid. And that most likely it was tied to the vial somehow. And now the acid is no longer contained in the vial.
At least it wasn't bomb. That's all that matters. Well, I assume after this and all the hard work that I feel that after immediate failures and the fact it's the middle of the night, I just give up on that floorboard. Like, well, whatever was containing it is probably destroyed.
Well, you would have no way of ascertaining that information. You haven't searched it. So you're just gonna put the bed back, or you're just gonna leave the bed the way it is and walk away? What? I'm asking you what you're doing.
Let's take a look at me.
I've already checked both beds, correct? Or just the one?
What's that? Only the one bed had anything underneath it,
Alright.
and that's this bed.
I'll leave the bed the way it is and I'd go move on to the next room because there's nothing left.
Okay?
I'm gonna assume this the next area.
Yes, that is the next one. Okay, so when you walk in this room, you notice that it is a lot bigger than you would have expected. Are you going to advance further into the room?
Yes, I am. $16 plus my 9, that is 25. What do I see?
Well, I would suggest stepping into the room.
I step into a room, and what do I see? Oh, you want me to drag him in there?
Yeah,
Alright.
that's what I'm going for.
Boom.
Okay, so you see a massive room.
Oh my god.
The room you're in has a bunch of barrels with a bunch of X's written on them. There is a small shelving system, a large chest on the floor, a few more barrels scattered around, and you can clearly tell that this room is much bigger. There's only a partial wall here, and it continues on the other side.
You said there's one chest or two?
There's one chest.
One chest, I immediately go to the chest to see if the key fits in it to unlock it.
It does. Roll me a d4.
Fit.
4.
Okay, now roll me your percentage die and your d10.
38.
You find masterwork manacles.
Manacles. Okay.
Yeah, they're handcuffs of the era. Maybe you can find one of the working girls and she lets you use them on her.
Yeah, bro. Jane might be interested. A little bondage.
I don't know. See if the F-Orc will let you team in. No, wait. No, he may not let you.
Alright.
Orcs aren't known for their
No.
sharing quality.
No, he's after Mary. I'm talking about the bartender Jane. You know, the one you tried and immediately failed. Or your
Yeah, I tried. I was being nice.
Yeah. Okay. So, there was one chest, and what else was there?
Well, I need you to roll me another percentage.
That was the line.
Oh, another percentage?
Yep. There's 2 items in this chest.
Oh. Oh. Where was this when I needed it? 94.
Nice.
I know. I'm like, what is this? Wait, let me make sure that's not. Okay, yeah, it's a
Actually
94.
a 49, not a 94.
Well, this one dice I thought was a 6, and I had to look closely because it barely put the line there to tell because it's right next to each other if you look. Like, see?
Wonder what you found.
What did I find?
Sorry, I'm looking for something. Okay. So you find a thunderstone.
Thunderstone?
Yes.
Alright. Thunder.
Thunderstone. You can throw this stone as a ranged attack with a ranged increment of 20 feet. When it strikes a hard surface or is struck hard, it creates a deafening bang that is treated as a sonic attack. Each creature within a 10-foot radius spread must take a DC 15 fortitude save or be deafened for 1 hour. A deafened creature, in addition to the obvious effects, takes a -4 penalty on initiative and has a 20% chance to miscast and lose any spell with any verbal component it tries to cast.
I'm keeping that stone.
Give me an appraise check.
Value.
Let's see. You dick. 7.
Okay. I also need you to roll me a 1d4.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea how much this is worth, but you've heard people talk about them. You know it's
4.
you want it. You find 4 of those thunderstones in a pouch.
Damn. Nice. No, they're thrown items, so.
Yeah, I take it once I use one, I don't get it back, right?
Well, not if you don't pick it up. No.
Man, if you throw it, you gotta find it.
Since you don't need to hit a specific target, you can simply aim at a particular 5-foot square and treat the square as AC 5, armor class 5, and just.
Oh, here's good things. Alright.
And so you get 4 thunderstones.
Nice.
I heard thunderstorms.
Alright.
Okay, so you progress further into the room, I'm assuming.
Yeah, these barrels have triple X's on them.
Yep. You surmise that it is obviously just storage.
Yes. So I'll move to the other section of the room. That's all there was the one chest.
In that section of the room you were just previously in. In this section of the room, there's a few barrels,
Mm-hmm.
a table with a bench, and 2 separate chests.
I go to one of the chests, see if I can unlock it.
It is most certainly locked, and you do not have a key that fits the lock.
I will return to that. I go to the other one to check if one of the keys works.
Okay. You have the key to open the room, opens this particular chest.
So 4.
Yep, roll your d4.
3.
Okay. Now your percentage die and d10.
I have 73.
You find a masterwork longbow.
Nice. Alrighty, and that's all of theirs.
No. You need to roll another d4.
2.
Okay. Now I need you to roll your percentage in d10.
68.
Nice. You find 2 ever-burning torches.
Nice. Ever burning.
Alright.
So I take it no matter what they're always gonna be burning.
One moment. Oh. I'm waiting on my page to load here, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I think it's got a command.
This otherwise normal torch has a continual flame spell cast upon it. An ever-burning torch clearly illuminates a 20-foot radius and provides shadowy illumination out to about a 40-foot radius.
Nice.
You will know that this is definitely something that's nice to have.
Oh yeah. And I got 2 in case I lose one. Or it gets removed. Possessions. What am I thinking? Alright.
Give me one moment here, Nick. I'm trying to give you your information that you're going to need. I'm putting it in the chat for you. Because you're going to want to update your character sheet with this information. Well, now, why did it do that?
So wait, this torch, ever burning torch.
Yeah.
So it's always constantly on fire, or what?
Yeah. Hence thing.
Yeah.
You get 2 ever-burning torches and your 4 thunderstones. With their descriptions are added to the chat. You'll need that for your character sheet inventory.
Alright.
So, in the room, you also notice that there is another door that is closed.
Is it locked?
Yes.
Does one of my 4 keys work in it?
No. So just at that time, you have a sudden arrival of a person standing next to you.
Nice. Who is this lovely person next to me?
That would be Jane, the proprietor and owner of the Inn and Tavern. And she promptly asks you, "Oh, did you get lost, laddie?"
Yes, I did.
That happens. Why is my chest open?
Should I roll a bluff?
If you're going to lie to her, absolutely. You surmise at this point you have entered her personal quarters.
That's awesome.
Hey,
I get the one room with Jane.
man, too bad player knowledge versus character knowledge are great big would occur.
Here's the interesting question. Why did one of the sellswords have her personal key?
That is a good question.
But that's player knowledge versus character knowledge. Your character doesn't know that. That's all on the DL.
I take it 11 of a bluff is going to get me nowhere.
Not even close.
So you failed at your lie?
So what lie did you tell as to why her chest is open? Did you spat out something like, "Cause you got great tits"? I mean, what did you go with? Because obviously exactly what you said is how she's going to respond to you. And that's why I need to know exactly what you're saying. She crosses her arms and starts tapping her foot because you're clearly stalling.
Well,
She slowly starts to tilt her head to the side in a typical angry Irish girl way.
How lovely.
Right?
I can't, out of character, I can't, I'm trying to think, but it's like, I look at her and I tell her, I didn't even notice it was open.
And she says, "And you expect me to believe that?"
Out of character, I would guess if I would bluff, no, she does not.
It's obvious your bluff did not work. She did not believe you.
No.
Well, how's about you be returning the property and we'll forget this ever happened?
I act all drunk like and go for a kiss.
She moves out of the way. Like not like walks, but like just
Side steps.
no, just like you come in here and then she just no.
That fails.
She was not receptive to your past.
So I roll a 15 for sense motive. How pissed is she?
You get the feeling that if you don't return the property and quickly leave, that she might actually physically assault you.
I look over and ask her, what was the property?
She tells you in alphabetical order all the items that are in her private rooms.
Like this room in particular?
The room you were just in, the one you're currently in, and the room you've not even made entry to on the other side of that locked door.
I don't even made entry in that room. Alright.
Yeah, I know, but she listed everything. She's showing off. She knows all over her property. That's what it comes down to.
All of it.
Yeah.
Does she, I take it she wants the keys back.
It's kind of implied. She didn't specify that, but you kind of get that feeling. You also get the feeling that if you cooperate, this might go away.
I handed her the keys, handed her the stuff.
What all do you give her? Do you just give her the things from this room?
Yes.
Okay. She says, "Thank you. Now I believe it's time you be on your way."
And I just nod at her. Good day.
Okay. So out of this room, that cost you your ever-burning torch, yes?
Yeah.
Stones.
I thought the stones came from the room prior to this.
No,
Nope.
no.
That was all in this room.
Oh,
I mean,
my apologies.
it's a really big room, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 areas of the room. Guess I'll begin with Jane now. Eh?
You totally bombed that.
God damn. You guys.
You
I
know,
took
the
too long to
kids.
get up there. Excuse you guys.
So just at that time,
Now the paladin.
yeah.
What?
The paladin what? No.
Oh,
So just at that moment, Gurok gets a knock at his door.
nice.
Yes.
She goes, "Hey, it's me, Maddie."
Well, open the door, let her in.
Okay, she comes inside, closes the door behind herself. She looks at you and says, "I brought drinks for the two of us."
Nice.
You kind of get the vibe she's had a few before she came up here.
Nice. Alright, shall we?
She says, "We shall." She pours you a drink. She pours her a drink. She gulps hers down a hell of a lot faster than you would have thought she would have.
Follow suit.
There you go. And when you follow suit, I'm going to need a fortitude save.
$17.
Okay? And I also need a perception check as to you ascertaining exactly what kind of alcohol she's provided you with.
Is it perception?
Yes.
17 as well.
Okay. So for a 17, you don't know exactly what brand, but you do know she's got some good whiskey on her hands that she's given you. And boy, does it burn going down. But you're doing alright with it. You keep it down, you don't like choke it back up. You're doing alright. Just,
Nice.
it's a sturdy whiskey that you're chugging on there. And she offers you another nip. Another drink. Do you accept or?
Why the hell not?
Okay. Give me the fortitude save.
This should be interesting. 10.
So for a 10, you feel the very obvious effects of you're becoming heavily inebriated at this point. Like you're not falling down drunk or slurring your words, but you know you're not far from that. And she offers you one more. Do you take it?
I think I'll pass on this one.
Okay. Now, every time she offered you one, she was drinking one. So even after you said no after 2, she still had a third one. She is obviously drunk. She's all over the place talking about she loves you, and this is like the best thing ever, and you're the only man who understands her. And she says she likes you so much that she won't charge you as much as she does everybody else.
Get down, get down, get
Nice.
down, get down, get down.
Shall we get to the fun part?
Are you not interested in what she charges?
Sure, what do you charge?
Usually I charge 1,000 gold. But she did tell you she won't charge you what she charges everybody else.
So how much shall you charge me?
Oh, you look like you might be fun. I'm thinking, let's say 30 gold.
Well, let's do it. Do it.
She starts to get undressed, and she's so out of it, she has a very difficult time unbuttoning her bodice.
Rip it off.
I go and I help her with it.
There you go. True gentleman. I like that.
Very nice.
She says, oh, look at you. Helping me and all. Aren't you just so lovable? So you get that off of her, and you get the dress off of her, and now you got the remnants of the skirt, the underskirt, and all that business. And you're pulling all that off. You finally get down to the nitty gritty, and there she is in all her glory. And she is a spectacularly beautiful woman. She has a much better body than you would have guessed, because the dress kind of, sure, it accentuates her cleavage, but outside of that, you can't really get much of a good idea. But she's a very, very attractive naked female human. And also, the first naked female human you've ever seen in your life.
Very nice.
But you're okay with that. Totally okay with that.
Oh yeah. Especially this point, like, strip down and toss her on the bed, and
She says, "Wee!" when you throw her on the bed. She hits the bed, her legs go up in the air, and I assume you're right in there.
yep.
All right. Take her on the midnight train to Pound Town.
Yep.
Nice. So, hour later, you get a knock at the door.
Yes.
Someone trying to be quiet asks for you to come to the door.
I approach,
It's a male voice.
approach the door, crack it open.
Are you like still nude?
Yep.
Do you open the door now thinking you get a full glory shot?
Yep.
Nice.
Oh.
You see a guard there who is immediately perplexed and kind of like, oh, let it go, put it away. He puts his hand up to cover your junk from his peripheral vision, and he's like trying to look you in the eye and not at his hand, like this is so weird. And he's like, is Mary available or what's going on? And upon hearing that, Mary leans up off the bed and she goes, oh, not tonight, I'm too sore. And he says, oh, well, maybe tomorrow. She goes, yeah, come back tomorrow. And he leaves.
Right, shut the door. And
Get back to business.
back to round two.
Round 2.
Okay. Now that took a little over, you're talking like an hour and a half So let's retcon here a little bit. What were you doing?
I had
during
gone
that time?
back down. I was hoping that the bartender was going to come back.
She did after she.
She disappeared abruptly.
After she made sure that her belongings were locked up tightly, she returned back to the bar to the last couple of patrons, including yourself. One of which is the butcher, who's helping do the cleanup,
Okay.
and you can tell that they're eager to close down for the night.
Right.
But she's still being hospitable and serving you as you asked.
I tell her, I see that you guys are getting ready to close up. Do you mind if you get my bottle back and you help me maybe polish a couple more glasses off?
I could use a drink. So she goes and she gets it. She brings it back, brings out 2 new glasses, and she says, "Do you want to do the honors?"
I say yes.
So she hands you the bottle.
I poured 2 drinks.
She indulges pretty quickly, and you can see that something's bothering her.
You look troubled there, sweetheart.
Oh, nothing I can't handle. It's just-
I understand, but it doesn't hurt to talk about it.
I guess.
I'm all ears, if you will.
Just
As I
had
pull the cloak off of my head.
to reveal your pointed ears.
Yes.
Something he said he'd never do.
Well, no one else of importance is around.
Mm-hmm.
When you pull it back and she sees you, she starts speaking to you in Elvish.
Ooh. I say, very well, Elvish you speak there.
And she thanks you for the compliment and says she knows a little bit.
Where'd you pick up your Elvish, if I might ask?
She says it was an old teacher of hers.
Oh. Yeah?
And then she begins to explain to you that she caught someone trifling through her room and her belongings. And luckily the items were returned.
Oh, that is good to hear. Sorry that you had an unwanted guest.
And she explains, yes, it is unfortunate.
While we're having our drinks, I tell her that I had found these room keys and I'd like to return them to her. And I pull out the 4 room keys out of my pouch and lay them on the table to her.
Oh,
And tell her that I do not believe these men will be returning. Or women.
right. She says, oh yes. There's quite a few of them that had room keys with them. I'll have to send for the sheriff to look for them. Hopefully they can be returned. It's quite expensive replacing locks and keys. Here in Oakos, our blacksmith is very busy, you see.
Let's see. Does it have anything to do with the missing party that happened to go about?
No, our guard force keeps him rather busy. Plus, he's only one man.
Fair enough. Another glass?
Ah, yes, please.
I will pour her another one.
She again drinks it very excitedly.
I ask her, would you like to go sit by the fire?
She goes, that would be delightful.
And then I walk with her over towards the fireplace.
She pulls from the closest table 2 chairs, and you all sit in front of the fire together. And at this point, the butcher has finished all the other cleanup of the facility. He's shut and locked the main doors and turned in for the evening. So it's just the 2 of you sitting in front of a quiet fireplace. You hear the crackling sound of the wood burning, the warmth from the fire, and that fire is the only light that illuminates that floor.
Okay. I'm gonna kind of do one of the moves, if you will.
She does not like it, but She still thinks it's kind of cute that you're trying. She looks at you and goes, I think you might be misunderstanding me. I'm not looking for companionship per se.
I wasn't, sorry. Just, thought it'd be, it's getting a little chilly in here, so I thought it'd, warm you up a little.
Goes, oh. And she immediately stands up and goes and gets more logs and throws them on the fire.
Why, thank you.
You know that was just an excuse to get away from you.
Yeah. And at that point I said, I'm gonna head to my room.
After she just doused the fire with more wood?
Yeah, because that was clearly the time. So I'm gonna bid you adieu, thank you for the lovely night, and then go to bed.
She stops you and she grabs your hand and she says, thank you for the time and the conversation.
The pleasure was all mine.
You're very nice. And leaves it at that.
Okay.
You get the feeling that again it's just a platonic situation. But she, although not receptive to it, she at least appreciates the attention you were giving her.
Fair enough. And then I'm gonna mosey upstairs and head to my room.
Okay. At this point, you will know that it's near on 1 o'clock in the morning. Theodore, what are you doing in this time frame? Did you go to bed?
I decided to go to bed since
Okay.
I have no more room keys and already pissed off the owner of the inn.
Speaking of, did you give her the other keys? Or no? That's something I forgot to ask earlier. I know you gave her back all the stuff in this room and that room, those room keys for that room that you were in, but we didn't specify why.
I gave her just the room key to that room and the stuff in that room because she doesn't know any other ones.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Alright. So you went to bed then, yes?
Yeah, I haven't had much luck at all.
Roll me a d20.
13.
For a 13, you sleep alright. You have a hard time falling asleep though. This whole situation with the stupid acid nonsense, and then you got caught, and the other room ended up being the owners, for God's sakes. Like, it's been one really shitty day, and you're glad to see that it's kind of over.
Especially since I survived a battle and had to deal with a paladin who, also wondered what was in it. It was so secretly, and who could have her room key. Makes me, all these other things just run through my head.
So once you fall asleep, you sleep very well, all intents and purposes. I mean, you are exhausted. You had a hell of a day.
Yeah.
So-
Some people.
What are you doing? So I assume you finished round 2, and you get the feeling she doesn't want to leave. You know for a fact she doesn't want round 3.
Go to sleep at this point in time.
Anyways.
I guess go to sleep, man.
Hey, there's
Just
more
make sure
than,
you
there's
kill
more
some
than
shit.
one hole on a woman. I'm just saying.
So,
What?
just wow.
Right.
Just wow. Anywho. Moving on from that.
Turn it in for the night.
So I need you to roll me a d20 for your sleep.
18.
You, although it's been a trying day, you had enough liquid courage to get over your bad day. You've had some good fun with this gal. She's laying next to you. She's all cuddled up next to you. You've had plenty of worse nights, I'll put it that way. You sleep great.
Sleep.
You went out and went to bed?
10.
Okay, for a 10, you have a difficult time falling asleep, and you're not really sure what the reason for it is. If it was just if it was all the nonsense of the day with the elf, the paladin, and then with Jane, or you can't really put your finger on it, but just maybe you're just exhausted and that's why you're up. Brain just won't shut off. But eventually you get to sleep. You don't sleep well, but you do get some sleep. So the next morning comes. You are all completely healed. So go back to your full amount of HP. Well, some of you took damage in the battle, and you hadn't.
The only one was me.
Okay. Well, you're healed.
I'm so lucky in this game. My character's so lucky.
I don't know if you call that luck.
So
Nope. I'm being sarcastic.
So you all awake in your appropriate rooms. When you wake up, Mary's gone. You will assume that she went downstairs to go back to work. And so, starting with you, what are you doing? What is Lucian doing when he wakes up?
After he wakes up, he's gonna head down towards the potion shop.
Okay. Bow, bow. Yeah, bow, bow. Okay. So, obviously, we're looking at the map here. Number one is the tavern and inn. As you head west out the main entrance to this intersection here,
Okay.
you will hang a right to this intersection and hang a left, and you will come up to here to number 8, which is, there's a sign that says Sad Shark Potions.
Can I do a perception check to see if it's open?
Yes. You see that the shop is a 2-story stone-walled building with a slate roof, and a small dragon skull hangs over the hearth of the entrance. Excuse me. For 14, you see that the door is open, and there's someone in there who seems to be working.
I'd like to walk in and say hi.
Can I get a perception check for inside the building?
16.
You see a young female elf. She is a child running around, and all of a sudden you see a female elf, an adult, walk into the room and yell at the child and tell her to go sit down, because she is just running amok. And it's way too early for that kind of stuff.
Seriously.
So, the woman sees you. After the child leaves the room, the woman sees you and she addresses you and says, "Oh, come in, come in." And she introduces herself as Mika.
Hello, Mika.
She says, "Hello." Mika is noble in her bearing. She has short red hair and amber eyes. She wears leather armor and wields a short sword and a collection of alchemical barges.
I want to ask her if she's the proprietor of the shop.
She is. And she explains that she is the owner of the land, and also the only alchemist in town.
I wanted to ask her if she had any potions of cure light wounds.
She explains that she most certainly does.
I would like to purchase one.
Sorry, I'm getting there. Trying to find that spot here on the list.
You're good.
Does anyone have that already on their
What?
inventory? Potion of Cure Light Wounds.
I do.
Alright. What's the cost on that?
Let me find it.
That's what I was trying to find.
50.
Okay. She tells you it'll be 50 gold pieces.
I'd say, okay.
And she asks you if there's anything else you're interested in.
Let's see. Does she have any potions that would, say, aid me in opening or seeing through things? Like maybe something that would help me, open something easier? Like acid or something, potion of unlocking or something.
She explains to you that she has acid, yes.
Yes. That's not really what I want. I can't think of anything else, but if I need something, I will certainly let you know.
She says, okay. She takes your 50 gold pieces and tells you to have a nice day.
What time of the morning is it right now?
It's still early morning. It's 7 a.m.
Is it? Alright.
It is peak breakfast time.
I would like to walk back to the bar.
Okay.
And let's see if we pull it up quick. I want to sit down at the bar.
Okay. You hear, as you descend the stairs, the most relaxing, elegant flute playing you've ever heard. Mary is playing the flute and gently walking around, very quietly and softly playing. And it's very, very conducive to a calm environment. It's very
Oh,
nice.
nice. Very good.
You see Jane behind the bar. She's serving a couple of patrons their breakfast,
Okay.
doling out some some eggs and bread and some tea.
I'd like to call over Jane and if I could order a breakfast and a white wine that would go good with the breakfast.
She tells you there is no wine that goes good with breakfast.
No, she doesn't have any for. Okay.
No, you know that she has it. She just doesn't think you should be drinking right now.
A little upset by that. And then I asked her, so she said she has none. I'm like, well, could you please bring me my bottle that I had purchased last night?
She says, sure, but you won't be drinking it this morning, will you?
I plan on having a glass, yes.
With breakfast?
Well, yes. With a little hair of the dog, if you will.
Come again.
I'd like to taste after what I had last night. I feel a little like I had a bad night. And, it'd make me feel a little better, okay?
Fine, fine. You can have a glass. And she goes and brings you back a glass of your wine. She does not bring the bottle.
That's fine. I didn't ask for that. I asked for the glass. And I'll ask her for some like egg and sausage or something.
Okay. She says that'll be 1 gold piece.
I'll hand her 2.
She tells you thank you and continues to go about her business. Okay. So, Garak, what are you doing?
Wake up, stretch, head on down.
Okay. Same situation. You get downstairs, you hear this delightful flute playing going on. Very nice, quiet morning, soft music. Everyone's starting to stir around. A few people are getting breakfast. You see one of your compatriots already indulging in some alcohol this morning and a breakfast. You're not really sure what he has all on his plate from your perspective, but you will know that when you walk past him, it sure did smell good.
take a glance over at Mary, shoot her a wink.
She blushes and has to stop playing. She blushes so hard.
Sit down at the.
Man,
And
the
you-
music stopped.
You don't necessarily know this, but just being the nice guy I am, I will let you know that when she sees you and blushes that hard, she still gets a little tingle down there.
Damn
Nice.
Well, at least it ain't burning.
Right? Call over Jane and order some breakfast.
Okay? She tells you what the specials are, what she has available, and asks what you'd be interested in.
No. Nice hearty breakfast. Big.
Okay? Excuse me. She comes back a few minutes later with a plate full of haggis and eggs.
Say, can you also toss in some of the sausage like stuff that he's got? That smelled pretty damn good walking by.
Oh, okay. And she goes and she gets you some. She even brings back a big loaf of bread. And puts that on your plate too. Says, that'll be 3 gold.
Handed her 3 gold. Plus an extra one.
When you get in your pouch, you notice that your pouch is a little light.
That assumed as much.
You didn't give Mary money, but you know she took it.
Alright. And then from there, start chowing down.
Theodore, what are you doing?
I'm immediately walking downstairs, and I roll a 19 for perception. Whatever it is.
You said it right.
For once, after my long day.
I don't know, I was enjoying your precision perceptions.
Yep.
I was. It was nice. It's like a called shot, but for perceiving, and that's fantastic.
So what do
Um,
I see as I walk
You
downstairs?
see, there's a good amount of people now, in eating breakfast.
Mhm.
Some flute music is being played.
Mhm.
It's soft and delicate, and it's nice. You find it quite warming. It's nice. It's comfortable in the inn at the moment, in the tavern specifically. People are just quietly eating and talking to themselves. Nothing out of the ordinary. A couple of your compatriots are sitting at the bar eating. That's really about it. The smell is overwhelming. You realize you're very hungry.
Mm. And how does Jane look to see me?
Jane looks as if she has forgotten about any and everything to do with you.
Good to know. I sit next to the orc. I get this thing.
When you sit down at the bar, she walks over to you and she asks, what will you be having?
Hot tea with honey. No loss, please.
She goes and she gets it and she brings it to you. And she says, we won't be having any more of that business we were having last night, will we?
Nope.
Fair enough. I tell you what, you're a generous lad, and I appreciate you being understanding to my circumstances. And she hands you a bag and asks you not to open it here, but tells you that it's yours, and just leaves it at that.
I roll. What do I get for a 14 on sense motive?
She's being genuine. She's not trying to deceive you.
Mm-hmm. Alright. I just grabbed the bag from her.
It was a DC 10. I mean, you made it.
Alright.
You made it. She's being honest. It's not just like you rolled shitty. And I'm just telling you that because I gotta tell you that. Usually that is the case. At the moment, no, it's not the case.
I just grabbed the bag from her. Well, she's handing me the bag, isn't she?
But she sets it on the bar and slides it to you. She explains that everything in the bag is yours, and she appreciates your honesty.
Alright.
The bag has, when you lift up the bag from the bar, it's got some decent weight to it. Like, it's not like there's a brick in there or anything, but it's heavy, it's heavier than what you would have thought it would have been.
Oh,
Are you like a cat in heat? What are you doing? What are you doing?
stuff.
She doesn't want me to open it right there, does she?
She asked you not to.
Well, I nod to her, and slide over and put it down. Just bring it closer to me.
Do you want anything to eat? She asks.
What do you have for breakfast?
She tells you what the daily specials are and what they have available, and then she specifically mentions what your fellow compatriots are eating.
Well, I know he's having wine. What were you having?
Haggis, eggs, sausage, and bread.
Plus, yeah, sausage.
The whole loaf, bro. She brought him a loaf, and as you look at it, you don't think she brought him a full loaf, because there ain't much more than a piece left of that bread. He is destroying it.
I look to Jane and I
He's
look to
an eater,
him and
you know
I'm
what I'm
like,
saying?
like
Loves
I will
food.
have something similar to what he has, but more for my level.
So, same food, smaller quantity.
Yes, I don't have the appetite like a half ogre.
Half ogre.
Can I roll a perception
Hey,
check
ogre,
to see
my
if
friend.
you're all noticing me?
Yes, you can. She laughs and you said, she goes,
Nat 20.
She goes, but, she goes, you have to remember, or you may not know, he burned a lot of calories yesterday, especially yesterday evening. And then she goes and gets your food.
I looked at Gorak, I'm like, so was that the noise I thought I heard against the wall? Because I was your roommate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in the room next to you.
Yeah.
I rolled a nat 20 on my perception.
No one gives a shit about anything you're doing.
Now, during this whole time, he set that bag next to him, so nobody's giving a shit. Can I do a sleight of hand and see what was in his bag that he just set down next to him?
I brought it
No,
closer
'cause-
to me.
Because
It's
he's on the far other side of you. So no.
I thought that Shorty was on the far side of me.
Yeah, I'm on the far side.
Well, you guys
He's
moved the
yellow.
tokens from where they were. Because two of you were on the other angle of the bar.
I was
Now
going to be
you're
at the
not.
end, and then I just switched over to be right there. Just
Okay.
Put him right next to me.
You're killing me. You can't be doing that to me.
Put him right next to me.
I did that.
Bag
I did
now,
that when
so
I came
I want to do a
down.
sleight of hand and see what's in that bag. Since nobody's paying attention.
All right.
I brought it close to me. I didn't bring it down. I just said it brought it closer. So
No,
it's
you said you
more
let it
chest
down.
level. No,
You said it down next to you.
I did, and I
also
said
flat out
closer.
said that he just pulled it close to him.
Yeah.
It's proximity. If you don't roll a nat 20, he's gonna see you grab the bag.
Yeah, I crit failed. He saw me not put it back.
You have an attack of opportunity. How would you like to handle it? You don't have to attack him, but you have the opportunity.
It's up to you, man.
Now, bear in mind, you got caught stealing. You've seen how she received that. You know how she feels about that in general.
Mm-hmm.
You know that she's being generous and obviously hasn't reported you to anyone, and she's being nice to you. So keep in mind that attitude with your level of response to that situation. for accusing someone else of doing the exact thing you've already been talking
Yeah. I roll a 15 of perception. Do I see her react? See him try to?
No, you saw.
No,
I crit
he
failed.
crit failed. He hit you with his hand while
You
was
saw.
trying to grab him.
You know that I was.
Oh, so it basically looked like he just.
Now the question
hit
is,
me
do
in
you
the
hit me
shoulder?
or do you? What do you do?
He fist bumped your chest when he was trying to reach for the bag. Like, he couldn't have fucking been worse other than like, hey, I'm taking this. Like, that was the only thing he could have did that's worse.
So it looked like he just tried to fist bump me in the chest, basically.
No.
With the exception of trying to steal that
He
shit.
is.
Oh.
You clearly saw that I was trying to go for your bag. So do you punch me or do you just let it go? Is what he's trying. You know.
I look at you and I'm like, may I help you?
I'm gonna roll a bluff and say, oh, sorry.
I'm gonna say this. There's no way. You can't bluff that. You crit failed. You hit him. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
There's no way for that not to have gone the worst case scenario.
I'm just gonna say no. You can't help me. Just tell him no.
That's fine. But what do you choose to
Then if I
do
can't
with
bluff-
him obviously lying to you?
You interested in what's in my bag, I take it?
I'm gonna just say no.
This is where you need like the medieval equivalent of these nuts. It's the kind of statement. Anywho, so do you do anything further, or do you just let it go? No harm, no foul, or what?
And just look at him like, watching you.
Come on, you.
As I look to see if Jane saw this incident.
She did.
She did, and what's her reaction?
She didn't have a reaction. She just viewed it.
She saw me go, whoa!
It was obvious. She knows what's going on.
Mm.
I don't know how else to explain her reaction to that. Like, she didn't do anything. She didn't be like, or point, or
Yeah.
super surprised face or anything.
It's up to you, man. What you want to do?
You don't have to actually do anything further if you don't want to. You've already somewhat dealt with it. So if you're willing to let go and move on,
Just move the bag over to my left side, and on my
Smart
right.
move.
And
Really was a smart move. I probably would have done it again.
Yeah.
he just slides it while he's just staring at you directly in the eyes.
Like I'm watching
Slides.
you.
You staring me in my goggles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you all enjoy your breakfasts,
It was good.
and otherwise there's no interruptions during your meals. It is now about 10 a.m. You can hear from outside. The street is bustling with the morning life of the town. What are you doing?
I'm gonna head to the temple and wait until it's time for me to head in. So I'm gonna sit on the stoops.
So like 2 hours early you're there.
Yep, just gonna sit on the stoops and kind of watch the flow of people.
So you will do that again. Alright.
I don't want to be late. Okay.
I put that bag that was right there into my bag of holding to secure it. Finish my breakfast.
Wise choice. Wise
Yeah.
choices.
Yeah.
Okay, Grognak, what are you doing?
Apparently, half elves are very thievy. Like.
You talk like you are one.
I said half elves. Are we not half elves?
Yeah.
Might have been this first time I got caught.
He almost doesn't know what to do with himself. He's like, oh god, I completely fucked this up. I didn't do this bad.
Now you know how my guy felt. Oh.
I am going to head to the Fighters Guild.
Oh, are you now? Okay. So, I put your tokens on the map. The Fighters Guild is building number 2.
Nice, it's right there.
It is the Elder Ghost Hall.
In the meantime, since I finished my breakfast and put the bag in my bag of holding, and I have a tour map of the city, I open the tour map to see what is in the city. I'm assuming it is labeled saying what buildings are what, correct?
Yes. On the map, you'll see that it says that location number 1 is the Bronze Bar,
Mm-hmm.
a Bronze Boar Inn and Tavern. 1A is the Trusty Crate, the general goods store. Number 2 is the Elder Ghost Hall, the Fighters Guild Hall. Number 3 is the Stables. Number 4 is the Tree of Life Park and or Town Square. Number 5 is the Barracks for the Town Guard. 6 is the Defiant Dwarf Arsenal, the blacksmith shop. Number 7 is Dockside, which is where the docks are.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8 is the said Shark Potions Alchemist store. Number 9 is the Only Tannery, which is the only tannery in town.
Hmm.
Number 10 is Weeping Brush Manor, Mayor's home. Number 11 is the Temple of Abadar. Number 11A is Temple Staff Housing. And 11B is the cemetery. The rest are all basic homes. The homes that are all on the most western or the waterfront side are the low-income homes. And the ones on the right or east side of the map are all the higher income homes.
There would be a good store at number 4, correct?
Number 4 is the Tree of Life Park.
As we first met up.
Yeah. Wasn't there a good store nearby? A general store?
The general store is called the Trusty Crate, and it's attached to the inn.
Ah. Well, then I proceed over to the Trusty Crate,
That is the 1A.
do some shopping.
All right, so as you sit there and you've waited your appropriate amount of time, waiting, the sun is now nearing the top of the sky. Your time has come to be at the temple. I'm assuming you proceed to the temple.
Yes, I'm going to proceed into the temple.
Okay. When you open the door, you're greeted by one of the clergymen, one of the acolytes. He graciously asks you to come inside. And he explains to you that the father is fully prepared with the other acolytes and the other clergymen to perform
The ritual.
the ritual. So if you would like to go into the main hall, the paladin, Aragon, will be with you shortly.
I will proceed into the main hall.
So you go in, same like last time you were there. It's filled with a bunch of people with shiny armor and
I
a
feel
bunch of
very
people in
uncomfortable.
robes.
And I feel very uncomfortable.
Yep. And you should be. It's normal. But you also notice there's extra people here this time that wasn't there yesterday.
Can I do a perception check to see if any of them are noticeable?
Yeah, go ahead.
Or 24.
So you notice one person in particular that you recognize that was not in the temple the last time you were in here, and that you do know. You see the mayor himself.
Ah.
He's standing there doing business with what you ascertain is probably a banker.
Okay.
He sees you, says and does nothing because he doesn't know you.
That's fine. I wasn't expecting.
But he does see you, and that's the only person that sticks out to you
Okay.
as far as people you know.
Fair enough. Alright. Well, then that I'm gonna continue minding my own business while I wait for the ceremonies to commence, the ritual to commence, whatever to commence.
All right. So, the paladin comes in, and he tells you that they are ready to try, and asks you if you have ever been a part of anything like this before.
I tell them no.
He does his best to explain in layman's terms how it's done, and for the ritualistic parts of it, why it's done the way it's done. You get the distinct feeling that he's trying to convert you.
He could try, it just kind of one ear out the other with the conversion part. But I listen. Not letting him know that I'm not really caring per se about the religious aspects of him trying to convert me,
Right.
but that I'm listening because I want to know what he's doing and what they're doing.
Right.
Should I do a perception check to see if there's any, per se, main person who's going to be casting this spell?
It's very obvious. It's
Okay.
the father himself.
Can I use I want to use Identify Dwemer on the spell that's being casted on the guy so I can know what it is, how it's done.
Read to me the
Description?
Yeah, the description of that.
Description. You can observe magical auras around you. You may examine a single creature or object that you can see as a free action. In cases of magic items, you learn its functions, including curses, effects, how the effects, its functions, if appropriate, how it may change, or how many charges are left, if any charges. In the case of an object or a creature with active spells cast upon it, you can learn each spell, its effects, and its caster level. An intended object may attempt a will save to resist this effect if the holder so desires. If the save succeeds, you learn nothing about the object, what you can discern from by looking at it. An object that makes its save cannot be affected by any other analyzed Lemur spells for 24 hours. And it does not work on our spells. So I should, if they're actively casting a spell on him and I'm identifying, unless he himself is doing a will save, which in the dead state I don't see him being able to do,
Right.
I should be able to see the caster spell that's being casted, how it's done, and what's being done to him.
Fair enough. So, it is obvious to you that the father is going to be the one who's doing the work here. And the paladin explains to you the exact particulars of the spell that's going to be done. I sent you the link in the chat. So, he explains to you that the Raise Dead spell is what they're going to use, and it's difficult. It requires at least a level 5 cleric or oracle, or a level 6 shaman, or a level 6 witch. The subdomain is Resurrection 5.
So what level is he? Because it should tell me the caster that's causing it, since you know what I mean. So I should know the actual caster that's doing it, the level that he's at as well. The way I understood it, 'cause it tells you the caster and the caster level. So I'm assuming that would allow me to know what level he is in casting it. I'm assuming. I could be wrong, but that's how I understood it.
I don't think that's necessarily accurate interpretation of that. However, you will know that he is well into the double digits.
Gotcha.
In caster level.
I'll take that. That's acceptable.
He is exceptionally skilled as a caster. Casting time for this spell is 1 minute. Components are VSM, both, are all three, as well as it requires the diamond that is worth 5,000 gold pieces. And for the effect, it's a range touch on a dead creature. The duration is instantaneous. It says you can restore life to a deceased creature. You can raise any creature that has been dead for no longer than 1 day per caster level. In addition, the subject's soul must be free and willing to return. If the subject's soul is not willing to return, the spell does not work. Therefore, a subject that wants to return receives no saving throw. So, he asks you if you have any questions.
So you're telling me there's a 50-50 chance this may not even work?
If I know my friend, he wants to come back.
Okay then. I'm curious to see how this is done.
Fair enough. So in walks the father, wearing an ornate headdress and talisman, rings. He's adorned with quite a lot of jewelry than the last time you've seen him, which is very nice, but somewhat more basic robes in comparison to what he's wearing now. I mean, he had on his dragon.
The dragon high robes.
Yeah, the dragon.
Scale.
An impressive dragon scale cloak. But outside of that, he didn't have much in the way of jewelry per se. And nothing real ornate. So, he goes through, he comes in and he gets the system started. He asks the acolytes for the diamond. They prep the diamond, it's nice and clean and everything looks good to go. And he starts the casting. 1 minute later, you see when he touches the currently deceased, you see the chest retch up, just the chest itself, and then it goes down, and then it goes up, then it goes down, and all of a sudden, bam! The elf sits up.
You're looking shocked. Has never seen somebody brought back to the dead.
You are not the only one in the room who is shocked by this. Some of the younger clergy members themselves have never seen this ritual ever done. So it's a learning experience for a lot of people. A lot of people are taken back by the drastic, immediate response to
like,
the...
oh shit, he actually came back to life. Like, I didn't think this was going to really happen.
The father speaks in Elvish.
Which I should understand.
Right. To the elf, since it is his first language, of course. Speaks him in Elvish and explains to him what has happened. Explains to him that he needs to be very, very careful. That much healing to his body needs to be done. While he is alive, he is prone to many other problems, like the open chest wound, open neck wound, that these things need to be taken care of immediately. Otherwise, the father cannot guarantee his continued lifespan under the circumstances. And the elf understands and agrees and lays back down, and immediately some of the other acolytes come in and they start bandaging him up, and they continue with bandaging him and removing the existing clothing he's wearing. And they bandage his entire body. Then they pour oil over all the bandages and tell him that he needs to sleep and rest and let the body heal itself. And the individual goes back to sleep, but very much alive. You can see the chest is moving up and down consistently, and he's breathing, and the man is alive. The paladin looks at you and goes, he will be needing his belongings back. Do you have them with you?
Yes.
He walks over and like gestures and touches you on the back just to kind of come on, and walks you over between two paladins on the back against the wall as a chest. And he asks you to put his belongings in the chest.
Okay. And in that chest I will be depositing a composite short bow, 10 flaming arrows, and 2 potions of light wound cure. Cure light wound.
Okay. The paladin nods his head and says, when he is better, he will want to speak with you. Don't leave town.
Oh my.
Just leaves it at that. Nothing aggressive. And you get the feeling that the paladin just wants you to hold through with what he wanted you to do as far as apologizing to the man for murdering him. And as you, I assume, you get the feeling you're ready to go, your service is no longer required at the moment, you start to make your way to the door. The father himself calls for you, and an acolyte stops you. And the father, mind you, calls you by name.
I'm gonna look in shock because I haven't given my name to no one.
The paladin does not even know your name, and he has the most dealings with you.
So I gave my name to no one, so I'm in shock.
Right, as well you should be. And he calls you by your full name. He
No, I'm in
calls
real shock.
Lucian of Hornwood. Come.
I head towards that direction, and just because I want to know how he knows my name when I gave it to no one.
Right. He explains to you that the paladin has sought counsel with him early this morning and has explained the circumstances of this whole situation with him. And that while he is not fully comfortable with the paladin's method for dealing with the issue, he has known the paladin for a very long time, long before he was ever a Justicar, and he's giving him a certain amount of latitude based on their past experience. And he explains to you that not only should you take that in stride, because this is not usually how he would have dealt with that situation, but also that the church is going to need you to compensate them for the cost of the goods that they needed to use to bring the man back to life. You get the feeling that if this wasn't a church of a temple of Abadar, they probably wouldn't ask you for the money back. But this is a church ran by bankers.
Gotcha.
So that's kind of what's going on there. And that stone was a rare stone. It's expensive, difficult to come by. So they're not asking you to replace it with the stone, just the monetary value of what it cost for them to get their hands on it.
What was the monetary value?
It was over $5,000, but just to keep it easy, we're gonna say $5,000.
Okay.
Because there was other components and stuff like the bandages and things like that. But we're gonna say $5,000 just to keep it easy for me.
Roger that. Now, what if one were to want to, say, acquire one of these stones? Where would he go?
My suggestion would be to go to the local dealer, jewelry dealer. He knows the man who owns the mine.
Alrighty then. Where would the local dealer be, if I ask? Well, I don't know what my character doesn't.
I know. He tells him the name of the city that I will tell you later.
Gotcha.
So totally unprepared.
And
for
then
that.
I asked the clergyman that if I may have more than ample time to return the value or said name stone.
He explains to you that he has no wish for the stone. Just the monetary value would be preferred. And you get when he says preferred, he means that's what they want. Just the money. Only because they may not need to resurrect someone else next time. That money can be used for any number of things.
Yeah, no,
It just makes more sense.
I get you. Doesn't mean I don't want to know this. I just learned that spell. Essentially, I know how to. Well, I roughly know how to do that spell.
You have the most
Basic
idea of what that spell is and how it works, but
now I know I need a stone. I know roughly how to do it.
there's a lot more steps involved that I think
I'm just saying that my guy.
you're capable of accommodating at the moment. At least.
Well, I'm just saying that it is something that my character now roughly knows how to do, and knowing where to find a stone might help.
Right. All right. So he gives you the
Location.
ominous dominus blessing and sends you on your way to have a nice day.
I will return with the money as soon as I am physically able to.
He thanks you for your time and assistance. And I assume you GTFOs.
Oh fuck yeah, I am getting the hell out of Dodge. I'm half tempted to leave town if it wasn't for the fact that I got to work with this paladin going on. 'Cause to be honest, I don't know if I'm gonna pay this fine. Just a sidebar.
So, let's skip over to you, Durock. So you find yourself standing outside the Elder Ghost Hall. Big sign on the door says Elder Ghost Hall, Fighter's Guild. There's a big knocker on the door.
Bang, bang. And a really good hard one just for the hell of it.
A little, feeble, older woman named Brilda answers the door. She's human, in case I missed that part. She has curly auburn hair, dark gray eyes. She wears very plain clothing and carries an elm staff. She tells you, "Welcome to the Elder Ghost Hall. I am Brilda, the caretaker. How may I be of service to you?"
I was told to come here and seek Rasha.
Ah, Raja, yes. Come. And she tries to get you to get the hell in the door quickly.
And so I followed.
Alright. You come in, she closes the door, and she turns perception check.
My brother, sorry.
Huh?
My brother.
I was gonna say,
I can't find shackles.
It's manacles.
oh man, really?
Yeah. I didn't say shadows. Manacles.
Okay.
8.
For an 8, you notice there's a couple of people around about in the hall, but only one of them's close enough for you to figure out race, gender, anything like that. And Brilda looks toward that person, and she goes, "Oh, Ariel!" And a half-elf female, who is fairly attractive for a half-elf,
What's
turns.
your name again?
Ariel. A-R-I-E-L. Ariel is tall, with curly brown hair, bright brown eyes. She wears half plate armor and wields a flail and heavy wooden shield. And she carries a large satchel. Ariel turns and says, "Ah, Brilda, yes. What can I do for you?" Brilda explains, this young man here, he needs to see Raja. Will you take him?" And she says, "Yes." She goes, "Follow me, please."
Follows you.
She asks you what your name is.
Name's Gurak Yar.
Gurak, you say. I believe you and Raja will fit in quite well.
So I suppose anything I should know about Rasha before I go meet?
Before it's too late? Well, like yourself, he's a half-orc male. He's short and heavy-set. He's got reddish hair. Like myself, he wears half-plate armor, but he prefers the trident and heavy steel shield to carry. He's been on a personal mission lately. So you'll understand if he's not real receptive to having guests. What brings you to look for him anyways?
I was told by the paladin to seek him out due to some past events that have occurred in my time here.
Oh, well, very interesting. Well, here we are. She knocks on the door. A man fitting the description of Racha answers the door. You are kind of aghast at this fat half-orc who just answered the door. And then you wait patiently as they discuss very quietly your arrival and what you want. And also, obviously, who you are. She relayed every bit of the information you provided her with to him. He tells her to leave him be and asks you to come inside.
Step on inside.
Perception check.
8.
You see all sorts of stuff, but you can't really ascertain because it's kind of dark in the room. You're not really seeing real easily. He tells you you got a handful of people who've been talking about your group in town. And he wants to hear from you as to what brings you to him. Now you know that she already told him all that information.
And I can delve further in.
Right.
Alright, well. After the events that had happened yesterday, I was speaking to the paladin because he wanted to know where I hailed from and whatnot.
As you're talking, he gets a tray that's got a kettle on it and some cups. And he brings it over to the table and ushers his hand like for you to sit down in the chair. And then he starts pouring 2 cups of tea and then hands you one. And he sits in the other chair. Do you sit down?
Yep.
Okay. You can get to him.
Informed him I was part of the Knights of Sidonia, which was a half-orc regiment, basically. I was given command and, well, sent out on a bullshit patrol. We were ambushed by the other leadership and his men, and we were all slaughtered, where I was left for dead.
Which unit was this?
The Knights of Sidonia.
Knights of Sidonia, you say?
Yes.
You wouldn't happen to know an officer over there by the name of Durgal, would you?
Yep, I sure as hell do. That's a son of a bitch who went and cut my men down and attempted to cut me down and leave me for dead.
Ah, I have some unfinished business with Durgal myself.
Really now?
Yes. He has gotten my sister pregnant and denies the child is his. I will have vengeance. Do you know where I can find him?
At the time, unfortunately, I don't. Otherwise, my blade would be parting his head from his shoulders.
Well, what transgressions has he cost you?
The slaughter of my men and driving his blade into me, calling me a half-breed piece of shit, kicking me off his blade, saying that we're never going to amount to anything in this world.
Well, I will say this, friend. We have a common enemy. I believe it would behoove us to share information. If either one finds anything out about the whereabouts of Drago, would like to be there when you deal with him. Do you find this to be agreeable?
I find that agreeable.
Wonderful. I have a friend who is a tracker of sorts. I will seek him out and see if he can track Durgal for us. I believe he knows some of the other cliff moons. Perhaps he can go places you and I cannot, as he is human.
Very well.
I will attempt to find you once I hear anything back. Are you living locally, or?
Currently staying in the inn right now.
Oh, okay, over at the Bronze Boar.
Yes.
All right. Well, if I hear anything, I will definitely send word.
Sounds like a plan. Do you have anything in particular you want to do once we arrive to the...
Simply to eliminate him, and I will leave that gladly to you. I cannot bear the thought of my sister's child being a bastard. It's much more acceptable for his father to have passed, if you understand my meaning.
I got you, Chris.
Well then, I am sorry, but I really have things I must be doing. So again, if you need anything, please feel free to reach out to me. Otherwise, you'll be hearing from me when I hear something.
Very well.
Wonderful. Well, you have a good day.
As to you.
So I assume you lead the establishment?
Yep.
Okay. So, last but certainly not least, Theodore. You find yourself at the Trusty Crate, the local general goods store. You make entry into the Trusty Crate, and you see the shop is a single-story timber frame building with several stained glass windows. The surrounding yard is filled with statues of mythical creatures from a faraway land. When you go in, you will see a human male with copper hair and brown eyes who's wearing a black suit and a conical hat. The Trusty Crate is filled with various shelving from floor to ceiling with all sorts of basic goods.
I approach the counter and ask the male clerk, "Good day, sir."
He says, "Oh, Harold."
I had a few items I wished to sell and some to purchase.
Oh, what you have?
I have breastplate armor, masterwork short sword, masterwork longbow. I wish to get rid of.
Oh, you wrong place. You need blacksmith.
Blacksmith? Well, do you have any tools that you sell?
Tools. He puts his hand on his face and squints deeply. Looks around the shop, walks down away from you, looks, pulls down a box off a shelf, rifles through it, and he comes back with 3 leather bags that are bags only in the fact that they're round and made of leather, but you quickly realize that they are sleeves, leather sleeves with tools inside them. And he unrolls them out of the 3, and you see 3 different types of tool sets. So he unrolls these 4 different bags, and he says, we have artisan tools, masterwork tools, surgeon tools, and these tools.
What kind of masterwork tools?
They're just normal tools. Standard, run-of-the-mill tools. Hammers, wrench, but it's masterwork.
What was the 4th thing you said?
These tools.
These tools?
Yes, that's what I said. These tools.
These tools. I will I'll game. He didn't say anything about pick locks, did he? He just said all of them are tools, correct?
They're tool kits, all 4 of them.
Alright.
Thieves tool kit comes with lock picks.
True. I look at him and I tell him, I will take the thieves' tools.
He says, okay, 30 gold.
And I hand him 30 gold. There you go,
Come
sir.
back.
You have a nice day. Bye.
Bye.
Next.
Number 9.
How does that have your number?
Alright.
So you bought a set of common thieves tools. It is £1. It costs 30 gold.
That's fine. Did you want me to do the rest of it at a game, or do you
Well,
want
everything else you mentioned, you would have to go to the blacksmith to sell. He doesn't deal in armored weapons.
I go to the blacksmith to sell the breastplate armor, the masterwork short sword, and the masterwork longbow.
Yes, and you can do that in PC Gym.
Alright. And do you want me to do what I want to purchase in PC Gen or right now?
You can do it in PC Gym if you want.
Yeah. Yeah. I won't do it. I'll just do the rest in PC Gen.
Sounds like a plan to me. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the session for Heroic Outlaws, Chapter 1, Episode 2. It's been good fun. Left on a bit of a cliffhanger here for a couple of our characters. We shall see how this story transpires and continues on our next session. Just want to give a quick shout out to our channel host for Dunmaster for his channel. Give this video a like or share, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Got other great channels here also being supported. Roll and some of the other great ones out here. This is us signing off. Nick, say goodbye.
Bye.
Jake,
See ya. Is it Friday yet?
Rob.
I'm out, bitches.
All right. Bye.